Hello, everybody. I am very excited to get back to Umineko when they cry. We took a bit of an extended break between chapters. I know I didn't necessarily intend to, but things kept happening, and it wasn't a good time until now to begin episode 3. I'm excited though. I've been told by multiple sources this is quote unquote where the real Umineko begins. I don't know what that really could mean, because I thought episode 2 was like, you know, I thought episode 2 popped off pretty hard in places, but I guess it could always go harder. We'll have to find out. It's exciting for sure. I'm definitely intrigued to get into it, to get back to Rokunjima Island and this wacky family. I'm wondering if there will be a longer prologue, kind of like episode 2. Because that had like kind of a long lead up to getting back to the mystery. But I guess we'll find out when we jump in, which I will be doing like right now. Bing bong. Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Good morning. I'm quite surprised to see that you still haven't surrendered. The Golden Witch has extremely high hopes for you. Have you figured out the structure of this world by now? You have no chance at victory unless you know the rules. Please enjoy your game with the witch to your heart's content. The difficulty level is equal for both you and the witch. Any insane theories before we dive in? I don't think my theories have really changed from before. I don't think I have any like wild answers yet. I'm still very much in the phase where I'm like I don't totally know what's going on. I guess my biggest thing is that like it seems like a hint to me that there's like those segments where like Battler and Beatrice will argue over what's going on in the current mystery. Like they'll argue, they'll start arguing over how it could or could not be a closed room mystery. I've noticed that every single time in episode 2, like there was like energy swords on the screen, like Battler did not pipe up, which seems like a hint to me that like why wouldn't they be talking about that? That's what I've got right now, which is that like basically I don't trust anything where Battler isn't present or talks about it. Hello to your favorite Umineko related VTuber. That feels like a jab at someone. I can't tell who though. We're jumping back in. None of this is real. Very excited for this episode. Many people have said episode 3 is where things get even crazier, so. But yeah, I guess if I had one way to sum up my thoughts so far, it's that I basically don't trust anything that Battler isn't present to witness himself. In one way or another, whether it's like the Battler in the scene or the Battler in the Overvoid, I guess, that argues with Beatrice. The vase was very beautiful, rich, with history and value. Even as young as I was, it still forced me to take a deep breath when I witnessed its beauty. Of course, it was a member of Grandfather's favorite collection, so that I didn't accidentally destroy its fragile beauty, I was always given strict orders never to touch it. But that just made me want to touch it. It looked light and yet so elegant that just glancing at it gave it an indescribable sense of dignity. I wanted to see what it felt like to touch a vase like that. However, just as Grandfather had said, it was a thing that shouldn't be touched. Something this beautiful should never be touched. I feel like this might be a metaphor for something. Such beauty can only dwell in something so easily broken. Because of that, just the brush of a finger by someone like me would... Just like how a fun dream disappears with a poof when you wake up, It disappeared, fell, and broke into pieces. I realized that because of my own foolish curiosity, I had done something that couldn't be taken back. No matter how much I regretted it, no matter how much I apologized, the broken vase would not be returned to its original form. Grandfather will probably scold me. Probably very harshly. I ended up breaking into tears and sobbing, frightened. As I did, I noticed something beautiful. Lightly dancing golden butterflies were coming towards me. As mysteriously glowing golden dots shone in the air, the butterflies began to gather one at a time. Oh, it's Beatrice. Beatrice, that reliable golden witch, had arrived. Wow. Wait, that's not Beatrice. That's someone we haven't even seen before. The butterflies kept gathering until they formed a cloud, and then she was there. She was always there for me. Whenever I was in trouble, she'd always appear and save me. What? Oh god, what is even going... Oh, okay. We're already in the shit. I don't know what's going on immediately.
このような絶好のお茶会日和にどうして姫様はそのように涙をこぼされているのですか？おじい様が大切にしていた壺を壊してしまったの。
I don't recognize this voice. It doesn't sound like, Maria.
どうしたらいいかわからなくて。それは困りましたね。これは親方様が大層お気に入りになられていた壺のはず。
Her pachinko spread is one of the good ones? Oh yeah, I guess we should take a look, huh? Wait, you're not Beatrice, you don't look the same at all. What's going on? Oh yeah, this one's alright. This one's pretty good. Yeah, this one's pretty good. She does have a nice hat. It's a very Toho-esque hat. Grandfather was a very frightening person, and when you failed to follow something he said even once, he would become so mad, with a rage that would make even the fallen angels in hell quiver. Since I knew that down to my bones, I couldn't do anything but tremble and cry.
こぼしてしまった姫様の涙を救う魔法は持ち合わせておりませんが、姫様が親方様から折檻を受けなくて済むようにする魔法なら、なんとかなるかもしれません。本当？姫様が私の力をお信じくださればでございます。魔法の力の根源は信じる力。
We have established this, yes.
奇跡はそれを強く信じる者の前にしか示されません。信じる。ベアトリーチェの魔法を信じます。
Yeah, it doesn't sound... I thought this was Maria, but it doesn't sound like her.
だから、この壺を直してください。お願いします。姫様がそれをお望みでしたら、それではこのベアトリーチェにお任せ。
You sure do seem insistent that you're really Beatrice. When she extended her index finger, a golden butterfly softly landed there and changed its form into her favorite cane. But even that was enough to give me a small glimpse at Beatrice's wonderful and awesome magic power. She pointed her cane at the broken vase and, just like a child's lullaby, she began speaking the magic words.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。そして思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。それはきっととてもとても美しい姿。どうか私にあの姿をもう一度見せておくれ。
Were they words or was it a song? No, it had to be magic. After all, can't you see? The pieces of the vase are rapidly gathering together, gently returning to the place where they'd been on display, reassembling into their original form. すごい。
ほら、これで元通りですよ。これで親方様にお叱りを受けずに済みますね。
I'm just absorbing it all right now. I don't know who any of these people are or what's going on. I'm just taking it in.
ベアトリーチェはすごいね。壊れた壺を直すなんて造作もないんだね。そんなことはありませんよ。壊れてしまったものを元に戻すのはとても難しいことです。私の魔法は一時それを思い出させるだけに過ぎませんよ。でも壺はちゃんと元通
So
り
what,
にな
it'll
ったよ。
fall apart again eventually?
そうですね。ですがそれは壺が壊れたという運命を回避
This
させたわけ
feels
ではあ
like
り
a
ません。
metaphor for something.
壊れた壺に一時壊れる前の姿を思い出させるだけに過ぎません。壊れた運命を元の姿に修復するほどの魔力はこのベアトリーチェにも未だに至らぬ遥かな高みなのです。
At that time, the high-pitched scream of a servant could be heard from inside the mansion. When I went to see what had happened, I noticed that several of the servants had gathered and were cleaning up the remains of the broken vase. From what they said, it seemed a black cat had sneaked in from somewhere and had climbed up on the vase, causing it to break. Typical cat behavior, always causing problems. I understood the meaning of Beatrice's words. At that moment, I broke the vase. The vase was broken. Beatrice left me see the vase being restored, but that was a temporary thing. It didn't mean she changed the fate of the vase being broken. And so, the vase remembered its true fate and broke. However, the one who broke it wasn't me, but a cat that had snuck in. So it's okay, you're not in trouble then. That's right. Beatrice never said, let's fix the vase. She said she'd prevent the master from scolding me. The fate of the vase breaking hasn't changed, but the fact that I broke it certainly has. Beatrice clearly saved me from danger with that magic.
物を壊すことはとても容易なことです。姫様が壺を割るのに魔法を必要としなかったように。
Yeah, I know. They're not exactly subtle about these metaphors, are they?
直すことはとても難しいこと。はい。姫様が途方に暮れて泣き出してしまうほどに。魔法というのは恐ろしいことをする時の方がたやすいの？壊したり殺したりすることは簡単にできるのに、直したり蘇らせたりするのはとても難しいと。
Well, now you're just spelling out the metaphor for me.
そうですね。魔法は殺めたり壊したりすることの方がとても簡単です。故に誘惑に負ける弱き魔女たちは安易に身につけられる力に酔い、本当の魔法の修行を怠ってしまいます。本当の魔法とは治す力、蘇らせる力、散ってしまった幸せを呼び戻し、冷めてしまった愛をも呼び戻す。そして微笑を忘れてしまった姫様の顔に笑顔を呼び戻せるのですよ。なら、壺を直すことができたベアトリーチェはすごい魔女ということ？
I mean, she didn't fix it forever, so not really.
私などまだまだ修行の日々ですよ。壺が割れるという運命を私の魔法ではほんの1時間も忘れさせることができなかったのですから。私に魔法を教えてくれたお師匠様ならきっと永遠に壺を元の姿に蘇らせることができたでしょうね。壊れても壊れても何度でも何度でも直せる？ええ。
Eh?
その境地に達した時、無限の魔力が備
An
わる。
endless witch. It's a proper noun.
それこそが
Just like true
魔女が達
ancestor.
するべき無限の境地。私たちはその魔女を最大の敬いをもってこう呼びます。無限の魔女。そうです。無限に治す力を持つ魔女にとって壊れるという概念は もはや存在しない。失うというすべての悲しみから解放され、永遠の至福を約束されるのです。
Certainly, the human world is full of sadness caused by separation and loss. To escape that sadness, people pray to gods and ask for the power to withstand their sadness, believing it to be a test. In other words, a human's life is a journey searching for a way to withstand sadness. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. In that case, a witch who could revive all things would be freed from all sadness in the world. Simply put, that would mean eternal bliss.
ベアトリーチェみたいな魔女になって永遠に幸せになれるかな。
姫様がですか？それは長い大変な修行となりますよ。
私魔女になりたい。幸せになりたい。ベアトリーチェの弟子になりたい。
そのお気持ちにいささかの揺らぎもありませんか？
はい、私も魔女になりたいです。
わかりました。
Hmm.
では姫様がお飽きになるまで私の弟子にして差し上げましょう。私のことをお師匠様と
She has, I know she has like the wing on her sash.
お師匠様。
良い返事ですね。ではこれからは私と一緒に魔法の深淵を学んでいきましょう。私とって修行の身。共に魔法を正しく学び、至福の境地を目指して頑張りましょう。はい、
お師匠様。
This is how you know it's a memory, is when they put the black and white filter over it. Oh, hi.
夢か。懐かしい
Hmm.
顔だ。
Shake it, baby.
An endless witch, was it? That rank I'd yearned for in the past as the highest possible achievement was now just another one of my titles. No, you might even call it my calling card.
たまにはその呼び名に充足を感じるのも。
So okay, so that was actual Beatrice?
長き修行の日々の果てに得た。
Maybe? Or maybe the girl was Beatrice, and Beatrice is not a name but a title that's passed down. I don't know, I'm wildly guessing.
少々もったいないというものよ。
She shook her head lightly. If it's the highest possible level, that means there's nothing higher. An eternal dead end, the beginning of eternal boredom.
お師匠様は言っていたね。すべての悲しみから解き放たれることが、すなわち永遠の至福だと。だからこそ、ゆえに思う。お師匠様は、その域に至れなかった。
Hmm.
とな。
Eternal bliss means eternal boredom, and that's the beginning of eternal torture. But it all depends on how you look at it. Eternal boredom is the same as a sketchbook that doesn't run out of pages. It means you can draw whatever you want, can try to have as much fun as you want. Boredom is the worst sort of poison which kills all witches. Even those great witches who are given the title Lady fear it. It's the eternal poison that tortures them because of the eternal bliss they've reached.
無限の魔女の名を得た今だからこそ、再びお師匠様と語らいたいものよ。我らの修行の果てにあったのは本当に幸せだったのか。そして本当の幸せとは何なのか。今こそ語り合いたいものよ。
Training has no end. When you think you've reached the eternal level, that's exactly the time to bemoan your own immaturity. I recalled those words as though she'd answered me directly. Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe a little immature. The sound of painfully shrill laughter rang out. It was coming from my furniture. What, did they break their toy again? Oh, right, the stakes that are girls.
こいつまた動かなくなっちゃいました。まだ私全然遊び足りないのに。情けない男。
Are they picking on Battler?
私なんか全然遊んでないのに。私にも遊ばせて遊ばせて。お黙りなさいクイズどもが。お前たちが飢えた犬みたいにがっつくから。いくらベアトリーチェ様が直してもすぐ壊しちゃうの。サタン姉が一番壊してるよ。加減を知らないから。申し訳ございませんベアトリーチェ様。グマイどもをどうかお許しください。早くこいつを直して。次は私。次は私。
All the warriors.
静かにせぬかやかましい。
A single yell was all it took to make the noisy sisters of the seven stakes vanish. That's quite the alliteration. All they do is mess around, having as much fun as they want breaking him. They only come to me to clean up afterwards. Truly, this furniture never leaves me bored. Once the furniture hid themselves, all that remained was a sloppy mess, the last remnants of a broken toy. It had no form anymore. Well, you gotta fix him up. We got more arguing to do. We gotta get back on our debates, our YouTube debates. I waved my golden pipe. Then I spoke. I chanted. I made it remember. They like jibbed him like a Doom enemy. By the power of magic, the pitiful pieces of meat began to remember what their form had been. Which part should go with which part, and where should join with where. Gross. That's right, just like that. No, you should be a finger on the left hand. That's the right hand. That's it, good. Ohayo. Yeah, I figured. My man's got turned into goo. Ouch. Ouch. I really don't like those, like, cracking sounds they made when he was being pulled together. The King of Mount Purgatory. That's a good title. I like that one.
この程度で地獄かよ。ダメだな。ああ、全然ダメです。
Yeah.
人ならば一度しか味わわずに済む死の苦しみを。
Paddler's just like, I got jibbed, but it's okay.
もう両手の指では数えきれぬほど与えられたというのに。よくもそれだけの減らず口を叩けるもの。
The, like, stakes are doing, like, glory kills on him, and he's fine with it.
だからこそ飽きぬ。そなたには飽きぬのよ。
ああ、全然飽きねえぜ。何しろ太ももの眩しいバインバインの姉ちゃんたちがよりどりみどりのハーレム状態なんだからよ。おかげさまでまるで退屈しねえぜ。
That's sure thing, Battler.
それはよかった。そうでなくてはわらわも退屈だ。それ家具ども直してやったぞ。また存分に
She literally said, I fixed him.
ありがとうございます私がいただきだからあんたは
Battler really is just like, I'll endure literally any pain if I get to look at some boobs.
どきなさいよ素敵よねバトラ君モテモテじゃない
モテる男はつらいぜ。畜生ども、順番に並びやがったんだ。
虚勢など張らずに素直になればもっと楽になれるのに。
いいのよこれでその方が悲鳴が気持
It's
ちいい
true. The resistance is part of the fun, I guess.
さあ今度は簡単に壊すんじゃないわよいいわね返事はあんたが仕切るんじゃないわよさあバトラ君さっきの続きよマスターキーでジェシカちゃんの部屋を施錠した後どうやって室内の死体のポケットに鍵を戻したというの
例えばよ、そうさ、釣り糸か何か
They
を
use
使っ
the
て
fishing
鍵だ
line.
けを扉の隙間から室内に戻して。
甘いな。六軒島に存在するすべての扉は鍵が通り抜けられる隙間などない。
外れたね
They're torturing him with the red speech. So what if they just what? Did they just blow him up if he guesses wrong too many times?
どこを貫いちゃおっかな私手の甲ずるいじゃあ反対の手の甲私は鼻の頭をもらっちゃおっとなんで私にもやらせて私にも貫かせて
What a crybaby.
レビア姉はトロいのよいつだって私たちは早い者勝ちでしょうがじゃあ私は足の甲をいただいちゃおっと私は肩をもらっちゃうからいいもん
There's a lot of things going on.
姉妹なんだろ
I'm having fun.
I'm glad somebody is.
よくも耐えるものだな。お前のその痩せ我慢がむしろ私たちを楽しませているだけだと。
Fired up. They're all into it. They love it.
あいに
They're having a great time.
痩せ我慢と意地の張り合い
That's true. Those two things are very true. Those are like your main character traits.
お前らがどう俺を煙に巻こうとも俺は絶対に魔女も魔法も認めねえ
人間とトリックで何も説明できないくせにバカじゃないのこの身の程知らずが
I just haven't thought of the right answer yet.
いいのよ無理に認めさせなくても今に泣きながら認めたくなるわ今だって本当は哀れに土下座しながら許しを請いたいくせに
Ouchie.
もう壊しちゃったベアトリーチェ様
Oops. Yada
わらわ
yada.
がいくらでも蘇らせられることを知っているから家具どもも壊すことに躊躇がない困ったもの
Giving eternal rebirth and eternal death at will. Before the endless switch Beatrice, all death in life has no meaning. Even death can't become the key to escape from my cage.
さあバトラ
You telling him that you put the cage on him?
再び元の姿を思い出すがいい何度でももてあそんでやるぞなるほどなるほど永久に遊べる玩具とは実に愉快よなるほどなこれが無限の境地に至った魔女
Let's
の
rock.
至福の境地とやらなのかなるほどなるほど
Yeah, so you just gotta find a guy to bother for all of eternity. That makes it easy.
これは確かに愉快で至福だ
I'm glad somebody's enjoying themselves.
何度でも蘇らせてやる何度でも殺してやるさて次なる
Oh, that's right. That's right. We were doing a story.
殺人劇を繰り広げようさあ新しきゲーム版を持て次なるゲームを始めようではないか後ろ見や
Battler! We're all having a great time here. We're all getting along. Ah! The OP! Took me by surprise. Scrumblow. There they all are. Look at all these sprites standing. Okay. I'm sure many things will happen. I hope we can save the MILFs this time. The MILFs are very important to me. Oh, we're on the boat.
姉貴のタバコ嫌いにも参ったもんだね。すまんな。夕べからカリカリしとるんや。気にせんでやってくれんか。
Rudolph and Hideyoshi went out onto the deck and took out some cigarettes. Eva had always hated the smell of cigarettes, but when she was in a bad mood, she got even more sensitive to them. When they decided to smoke casually until they reached the island, the two of them had gotten yelled at and chased out onto the deck. Hideyoshi tried to use his lighter, but the strong winds gave him some trouble. Rudolph took out a Zippo with a smooth gesture and let Hideyoshi borrow the flame. You're very cool, Rudolph. We promise. We totally agree that you're cool.
戦後すぐや。最初はタバコを転がしとってな。自分の売り物に手をつけてしまったわけや。
じゃあ姉貴と会った時にはもう吸ってたわけだ。姉貴には随分やめろやめろと言われたでしょ。
わしが聞く耳持たんもんだから。
Yeah, why would they want to smoke inside the boat cabin anyways? Those are like really small. They would smoke up so easily. I guess they just don't care.
やはり男は強情でなくてはあかんな。
Hideyoshi laughed heartily, but Rudolph snickered. Welcome, Hastur times 3. You got linked this by Malorian Thug. How far in are you, and which of the characters do you find least terrible? That's a great question. I'm glad you phrase it that way specifically. We just started episode 3. The character I probably find the least terrible is, I don't know. Jessica, maybe. Jessica doesn't really have anything about her where I'm like, oh, you're awful. Even Battler's like, oh, I gotta touch these boobies. So he's a little bit off, though. After being scolded by Eva, they'd escaped to the deck together with their tails between their legs. There was little doubt who had gotten her way in that exchange.
普段はあそこまで短気じゃないんや。いや。
I guess, yeah, Maria too. She just gets annoying sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta bonk her on the head to make her stop being a chuny.
毎年毎年この日になると人が変わりよるんや。
そうなんですか？俺らがよく知る昔からの姉貴そのものに見えますが。
そうや。後ろ宮家のエヴァに戻るんや。でもそれはわしと一緒のエヴァとは違う。
The Eva I know isn't a total bitch.
カリカリする気持ちもわかります。今回の親族会議はね。
そうやな。あのクラウス兄さんから金を脅し取ろうっちゅう計画や。
Which always works.
親族会議なんて名ばかりの、これはただの兄弟喧嘩や。
Before the family conference, 3 of the siblings had made a secret pact with Kraus. They were all facing urgent situations that needed a lot of money fast. And the only one they could turn to was Kraus, who spoke for the Ushiromiya head now that Kinzo spent his time shut up in his study. For a long time now, they'd vaguely sensed that Kraus was taking advantage of the fact that Kinzo had lost interest in his own wealth. And they suspected that he'd started embezzling that wealth to suit his own purposes. Despite being disgusted by this, they'd turned a blind eye to it while everything was still going smoothly for them. But now that they needed money, they really couldn't afford to let it slide. Eva had asked Rudolph and Rosa to form an alliance, and they were now scheming to take that money away from Kraus.
わしも、そしてルドルフ君も社長や。
And we both suck at it.
社員の生活を背負っとる身や。
ローザも社長ですよ。ま、道楽です。
But she sucks at it even more than we
そう
do.
やな、失礼。つまり、わしらは誰もが背負うものを持っとるっちゅうことや。
俺も幹部連中の前で単価を切った以上、目指して泥をすすってでも
お互い様や。わしもわしを信じてついてきてくれた社員たちを裏切れ。それこそクラウス兄さんの首根っこをひっつかんででも
Just like wring him by the neck, turn him upside down so all his money falls out of his pockets.
姉貴は昔から兄貴とは犬猿だ。その兄貴と全面対決しなくちゃならねえんだから。そりゃカリカリもするだろうよ。
やっぱりエヴァはクラウス兄さんとは昔から仲が悪かったんか？
本人話しませんか？そりゃもう盛大に。
They're very angry at each other.
昔の話は聞いても話してくれんのや。思い出したい話がないんやろな。
姉貴は昔から容量も良くて頭も良かった。成績も良かった。それに比べ兄貴は盆栽だった。ただそばにいるだけでも十分にプレッシャーだったろう。兄貴
アホやな。なんでそない敵返しに
For fun.
出して追い詰めるんや。そういうのは容量がいいとは言わん。確かに。兄貴は
女に生まれたことを悔やんでた。
What did they mean by this?
だが男というだけの理由で当主を継ぐことが決まっている兄貴が多分だからことあるごとに自分の方が優秀であると親父に誇示していた。
お父さんは古いタイプのお人や。男女には差別的な価値観を持っとる。
His system of values.
自己顕示の強いエヴァは少々嫌われてたんとちゃうか。
Him being a terrible person is just part of his values, so it's fine. Meanwhile, in the past, maybe, I don't know, this isn't black and white, so that's what that tells me.
女の学力は紅茶の砂糖にも似ていると。
Oh, never mind, it's not in black and white anymore.
ないのも味気ないが、過ぎれば紅茶の味わいを多い。
Okay! Since you could still drink black tea without sugar, he was in effect saying that there was no need for women to study. Those infuriating words were what Nissan hurled at me in despair, when I asked to go to college only to be denied by father. I protested that I needed to build up proper dignity and an education as the oldest daughter in the Ushiromiya family, making college an essential next step. But when it came down to it, father's and Nissan's answers were exactly the same. How conceited for a woman. I've never taken the Ushiromiya name lightly, not once since I was born into it. And I've been even more careful not to make my father's name, Ushiromiya Kinzo, lightly. Our family is an old one, with many traditions, but it lost its wealth and business in the Great Kanto earthquake, pushing it to the brink at one point. That's when father took control with his ingenious talent, reviving it to be even greater than it had been before. Not once did I forget that I was the daughter of that great Ushiromiya Kinzo. That's why I always made every effort to become worthy of that name. I needed dignity worthy of the Ushiromiya family, schooling, manners, and leadership. Even if I couldn't quite reach father's level, I deepened my knowledge in economics and finance, trying to improve myself so I could be of use to him at any time. However, in the end, father never acknowledged my efforts. To father, a woman was only meant to support a man, and nothing further than that was permissible. When was it that I came to understand that? It may have been as early as my childhood years, but I was going to have to wait until I grew up before I could truly accept it. Compared to me, you couldn't have said that Kraus, my older brother of 2 years, worked hard at all to become deserving of the Ushiromiya family name. He told me many times since my childhood that he would naturally succeed father, simply because he was born a man. He kept on repeating that as though it formed an uncrossable gap between us. I couldn't stand it. Even though I always got better grades than Nissan, even though I became class president when he never managed more than vice president, even so, Nissan was considered to be the appropriate successor to the Ushiromiya family just because he was a man. Of course, you could find gender discrimination everywhere in those days. No, it wasn't even considered a virtue in that area. A virtue. During that despicable time, people said that when a woman is born, she obeys her parents. When she gets married, she obeys her husband. And when she gets old, she obeys her children. That was exactly why I wanted to turn that on its head. Innocently, I kept trying to prove that I was the most fit. However, I eventually realized that all of my efforts had been doomed from the beginning.
女の学力は紅茶の砂糖にも似ていると思わないかね。ないのも味気ないが、過ぎれば紅茶の味わいを大いに損なう。
それはどういう意味よ、兄さん。
男には男にしか務められないことがあるように。女とて
Not
女にし
no.
か務められない
Well,
ことがある。
maybe like one,
子
but
を産み育て、一家の主を支えるのは女でなければできぬ務めだと思う。
Kraus is such an asshole.
女には勉強や仕事をする必要がないと言いたいの？
そこまでは言わんよ。無学な女など話していても疲れるだけだ。
I like women for their brains.
だね。あまり頭が良すぎる女は
Never mind, actually, I don't.
お前のように自己主張の激しい女では
I don't know. Hideyoshi seems to like her a lot.
女は結婚して夫の影にいろとそう言いたいの？余計なお世話よ。
Yeah, Kraus is like Goldilocks in the fucking Bears' house. This one is too smart, this one isn't smart enough, this girl is just right. Sure says a lot about him marrying Natsuhi.
私にも尊敬できることだ。
気持ち悪い。何が私を。
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. It was like, Natsuhi is way smarter than Kraus.
もう投手気取りなの？
当主は私が継ぐことに最初から決まっている。にもかかわらず、お前は自分も当主になれるかのように錯覚して。
暴走した努力ですって。私が大学院に進みたいと言い出すのがそんなにもおかしいっていうの？
ああ、おかしい。
Women be shopping.
お前は確かに栄光ある後宮家の長女だよ。やがてはその家紋を背負って父にとって最も価値ある相手と婚約することになるだろう。だがそこで求められるのは過剰な学識ではない。
Don't learn too much now.
夫をいたわる優しい気持ちと家事能力、そして一家の長を立てる控えめな態度だ。
Ugh.
お前にはそれが完全に欠落している。それは後宮家の令嬢として果たしてふさわしい。
Can you really be a suitable daughter for the Ushiromiya family if you don't become a housewife immediately?
お父様の仕事を手伝ってあげられる最高の人間でありたいと思っただけよ。
ならそれは後宮家令嬢としてふさわしくあるべきではないのかね。お前と来たらなんだね。いい年をして未だに男勝りで家事炊事はおろか男を喜ばせる化粧一つ身につけていないじゃないか。最近は喧嘩の稽古までして。
Oh, that's right. Eva knows martial arts.
失礼な。
Personally, I love a MILF who can do hide
喧
kicks.
嘩じゃないわよ。武道は心の修練に最適なのよ。それに叱るべき場に出るときは十分女として気を使ってるわよ。
I guess this is the Eva episode.
何が言いたいのよ。
Because it feels like every episode has a different focus MILF.
女は男に使え
The
る
first
奴隷であ
episode
る
was
と
Natsuhi, the second was
そう言いたい
Rosa.
わけ？
I guess this is Eva's turn.
それを認めるのはエレガントではないが、お前の勘違いを正すには少々毒のある言葉も必要かと思う。
Watch out, he's gonna say it.
だから言い切ろう。
He's gonna say it.
女は男に仕えるために存在する。
God, Kraus sucks.
そして男は女を養うために存在する。女の仕事は男の背中を守り、家庭を守って子を育てることだ。それは
Focus MILF is a good turn of phrase. I'm great at coming up with phrases.
おのずと気づくことだ。
What are you talking about, Eva? It's just instinctual for the feminine gender to raise children.
しかしお前はいくつにな
It's
っても
definitely not just drilled into them by society from birth.
だから社会に出る前に兄である私がその誤解を解くのだよ。感謝してほしいものだね。
それは全ての女への侮辱よ。
It sure is.
いいえ。私は自分のことを
Now, I may
女だ
be
と思ったことな
a
どないし、
world-conquering
女だ
villain,
からと甘えたことなど
my
一度もない。
servants, but unlike Kraus, I respect women.
私のどこが兄さんに劣っているというの？成績も経歴も何もかも私の
Yeah,
方が
Kraus
勝って
definitely
いて
gets like all his philosophical thinking points from like Jordan Peterson or
私
some
の
shit.
何を見下せるっていうのよ。
Which makes sense because he's also a crypto guy.
身の程をわきまえているか否かだよ。私は次の当主としての心構えを日々養っている。 それは将来必ず必要になること。
You see, Eva, I'm resigned to my place too. It's just a coincidence that my place is higher than
だが
yours.
お前は違う。突ぎ。
It's just a turn of
後ろにはお席を失うことが決
circumstance.
まっているくせに、見る必要のない幻を見ている。何がそんなに不満なんだ。仮に男に生まれようとも、当主を継ぐのはお前ではないだろうに。お前は何がそんなにも不満で私に突っかかってくるのか。
何が不満かですって？兄さんはいつも自分は当主跡継ぎだからと私を見下して。
He just looks down on everyone, honestly. What's my complaint, you say? I've got a billion of them. Grudges, hard feelings, humiliations that I'll never forget kept floating through the back of my mind. They all built up at the same time, coming out of my throat as a shameful moan.
何事か。
Oh god, the old man's here. Maybe he'll hit Kraus, at least that'll be funny.
沈黙を尊ぶのは神だけではないぞ。
お父さん。
お父様。
He'd probably overheard our sibling fight. Father entered with a clearly unhappy face.
クラウス、また兄弟喧嘩か。お前にはなぜに弟や妹たちを率いる
Yeah,
貫禄が
Kraus.
宿らぬのか。情けない。長男が聞いては切れるぞ。
In a flash, he struck Kraus's face. Wow, I didn't actually expect him to hit him. I thought it would. I joked. But then I remembered. I readied myself to be struck in the same way, but I wasn't hit.
申し訳ありません。お父さん。
お前に足りぬのは貫禄だけではない。
You have no dignity.
まだまだ足りぬ。何もかもが未熟だ。
Well, that's actually true.
にもかかわらず一人前を気取っておる。それを語るには100年早いことを
10年早くねんだよ。
計算に努めよ。わしをこれ以上息子の不出来で嘆かせるでないぞ。
はい。お父さんの後を継ぐにふさわしい人間になれるよう、さらに努力します。
It was as if those words were directed at me. Even when he was being yelled at by Father, he was still bragging to me about how he was special, about how he was the successor. I just couldn't stand it, and finally spoke what was on my mind. Even though I realized that it would be improper for a member of the Ushiromiya family to do such a thing.
お父様、教えてください。私の何が劣っているというのですか？私はお父様の名に恥じない人間になれるよう、今日まであらゆる勉強と努力を重ねてまいりました。どうか私にも何が劣っているのかお教えてください。
'Cause you're a woman, silly.
私はこれ以上何を身につけたならお父様に認めていただけるのですか？
またその話か。お前には何と言えばわかるのだ。お前に期待していることなど何もない。女は女らしく料理や裁縫を
Very cool, Kinzo.
貴様には女
Boomer
の
moments.
心構えがないのだ。夫に仕えようとする気心が男に尽くそうという海外しさが全く感じられぬ。何のための女なのか。後ろ宮家の令嬢であることを自覚しておるのか。なのに学びたがることは男の真似事ばかり。お前の役割はクラウスの真似事ではないのだぞ。お前には自らの役割が分かっているのか。
私は後ろ宮家の人間としてお父様の名に恥ずか。
その時点でもう間違っておるわ。貴様の役割は家を出て嫁ぎ、わしにとって有益な男を連れてくることだ。
Now he's saying the quiet part out loud.
子を産み増やせ。夫の一族に褒めたたえられる良妻であれ。お前に男を喜ばせる何ができるというのか。茶の作法があるというのか。料理の才能があるというのか。何もない。 お前がやっているのはみんなクラウスの真似事ばかりではないか。後ろ宮家はクラウスが継ぐ。お前がそれに不満を唱えるというのなら、それはこの私に逆らうということだ。お前は我が娘でありながら父の言うことを聞けぬというのか。出て行け。
God damn, Kinzo just goes on and
感
on.
動だ。お前に後ろ宮など語らせん。感動だ感動だ。
I was too misogynistic, I got sick.
お父さん、しっかり落ち着いてください。源氏さん、水を持ってきてもらえますか。はい、ただいま。エヴァ、席を外せ。本心ではないさ。
Sure he doesn't.
私がなだめておく。
Just like you don't mean what you say, right, Kraus?
感動だ。私の言うことが危険なら感動だ。
Father was coughing pretty badly, and Nissan patted his back, as if it was a duty that was naturally his. It was so vexing for me to let him take that duty all for himself right then. If I carelessly approached Father at that moment, then I would probably be the one to get hit next. However, I fearlessly tried to approach Father's back. Genji blocked me.
エヴァ様、今は席をお外しになられた方が良いでしょう。親方様は
Good guy
今日はご機
Genji,
嫌がよくありません。
preventing Eva from getting the slap. When is Kinzo ever in a good mood?
なぜに私の息子たちはこうも不出来なのか。クラウスは貫禄が足りず、エヴァはいつまでたってもじゃじゃ馬だ。男らしい男はおらず、女らしい女もいない。
You all suck at following your respective gender
どこでどう
roles.
間違ったのか。なぜだ源氏。私は何をいつどこでどう
Poor
間違え
Genji
たと
getting
いう
dragged
の
into
か。
this.
親方様は何もお間違いになってはおりません。クラウス様はたくましいご子息。エヴァ様は麗しいご令嬢に成長されました。何もお間違いには
Honestly, I think they turned out better than expected, considering.
あれのどこが麗しいというのか。淑女どころか男の真似事ばかり。感動だ感動だ。
Kandona!
お父さん、それは私からよくエヴァに言い聞かせたと。
Even now, you're kissing his ass.
エヴァもこれからは心を入れ替えてレディーとして振る舞うと約束してくれました。どうかもう少しの猶予をいただけませんか。
何がレディーだ。
Lady da.
感動だ感動だ。
God, he sounds like he's exploding. Go quickly and leave this to me. Kraus gave me a look telling me that. God, he sounds like he was, like, exploding. Did I take the wrong path, just like Father and Nissan said? True, I never studied how to be a lady. Everything I've learned was done in the hopes that I could help Father someday. But is that really true? Haven't I always been trying to compete with Nissan, with whom I had a bad relationship since I was a young girl? Because I wanted to seal his position as successor and show him a thing or two? Every chance he gets, Nissan tells me that men should be manly and women should be womanly. I've been tormented by this unfair discrimination just because of my gender, something people are born with and can't do anything about. I resisted, endeavoring to this very day to study and prove that I'm not inferior despite being a woman. That doesn't mean my love of learning comes entirely from a stupid complex I've got from Nissan? Father wanted me to become a lady with whom he could go out in public with and not be embarrassed. Did I betray his hopes, earning good grades and threatening Nissan just to satisfy a childhood resentment? Maybe.
違うわ。
Oh, is that baby Eva?
私が後宮家の跡継ぎになるんだって。あなたは私に誓ったわ。あんたは。
The one whispering to me was the me of my years as a young girl, born inside my heart on the day I made that oath. That's right. She was my only ally. How does the child look pachinko-fied? Let's see. Let's see if there's a sprite for that. Normal, I guess. That looks normal. When things got difficult, when I felt like I was about to get crushed by it all, she would always quietly appear and support me. When I ran into roadblocks and despaired, she would always appear and support me. When I grew up and the memories of my childhood years faded, I also started to forget my conversations with her.
私、後宮エヴァは絶対に後宮家の当主になるの。そして、あのムカつく高慢ちきなクラウスを見返してやるの。
How's that worked out for you?
そのために一緒に頑張ろうって、あの日私たちは約束したわ。そうね、約束したわ。私は後宮家の当主跡継ぎになるって、あの日にね。
On that day, when I had been overcome with sadness, wondering why I was even alive, you appeared from inside me and lent me your strength.
お父様に認められたかった。兄さんの鼻を明かしてやりたかった。そうすれば惨めな自分に決別ができると信じていたわ。
For a time, I truly believed that my life had no purpose other than to be looked down upon by Nissan. It's painful just remembering those days. They're a wound, a crack inside my heart. She taught me how to sew up that wound. I turned my anger into effort and improved myself, trying to become a better person, more worthy of the headship than Kraus was. Trying to triumph over him by making Father accept me. It was my perfect revenge. I was vaguely aware that a woman couldn't possibly become the family head, but I thought that maybe if I could prove myself valuable enough to overturn that premise, then surely Father would select me to be his successor. If that happened, then I'd be able to have the greatest and most perfect revenge against Nissan. Ah, a yawn. Who always acted like his succession to the headship was completely inevitable.
そうすれば私たちの心の傷は癒えるの。
I'm sure they will.
その日まで頑張ろうって誓い合ったわ。なのに、あなたはその約束を破るの？クズ、育児なし、へそかんで死んじゃえば？
Injaiba? Even though she looked like me as a kid, she was still another me. Her tongue was sharp because it was mine.
自分に言われても腹が立つわね。そこまでボロクソに言われる筋合いはないわ。ならばその怒りを勉強に費やしましょうよ。怒りを力に変えるのが私の魔法。
Evil.
この力で何度もあなたに
See, I think that's valid. I think that's valid. Using spite as fuel, that's great. I think being motivated by spite is cool, actually.
私の魔法がある限り、あなたにできないことなどありはしないわ。そうね。
Shinaiwa?
怒りはいつも私の原動力だったわ。いつからそれを忘れてしまったのかしら。
Where is your anger? Rise, 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 rise.
私を思い出せたなら、あの魔法の
Yeah,
力は
we had the
再び
same
私
thought.
たちのもの。さあ、その怒りを力に変えて。
Get mad. Get so mad it drives you mad.
きっと私たちにはまだまだ勉強が足りないのよ。
Yeah, her baby self is literally just telling her, aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you want to go apeshit?
あいつ、なんでもなさそうな顔してるけど、きっと心は相当追い詰められてるわ。早 く身の程を思い知って死んじゃえばいいのに。そうすれば私たちが当主になれる。ルドルフは辞退してくれるわ。あの子は私には逆らえないの。
Rudolph sucks and is an idiot.
もうこれ以上勉強してもお父様は私を認めてくれないのよ。どうして？お父様は私に女らしくしろと言っているのよ。私がどれだけ頑張ろうと女である限り、たとえ私が兄さんより先に生まれていたとしても私に当主を譲ることはないのよ。私がどれだけ努力を重ねようとも私は
Now that's not true. There are methods.
認められない。何の努力もしない兄さんを超えられない。永遠に見下され続ける。お父様もクラウスも最低の男尊主義者だわ。
They sure are.
早く死んじゃえばいいの。
If only, right? If only a lot of family members would just die all at once. She cursed them for my sake. Words that I couldn't say so easily, she said for me. Even though I understand that she's just another part of myself inside me, I feel like she's the only ally I have who can sympathize with me. However, while sympathy might do a lot to calm my heart, it won't do anything to improve my current situation. In the end, she can only console me for however long it takes for me to be dejected by reality before I finally accept it.
ありがとう。もう結構よ。こうとなったらお父様が驚くような淑女になってやるわ。兄さんなんかとは比べ物にならない立派な男を探して。
Well, Hideyoshi's pretty nice, I guess. She rejected my timid thoughts. I understand. Because she is me, I understand.
お父様は
I'm she, she
少なくとも
says.
今の女に当主を継がせないと言っている。でもそれすらも所詮はお父様が決めたルールでしかないの。お父様が決めた以上それを破棄できるのもお父様。
That's true.
人の気持ちなど浜のマサゴが尽きるよりはるかに早く変わるわ。クラウスが愚鈍な男であることは私たちが立証しなくてもやがてお父様も理解する。その時男女の境のくだらない垣根はそれを設けたお父様によって取り払われるの。
This seems naively hopeful, but okay.
その日は必ず来るわ。どうして必ずなんて言えるのよ。それが私の魔法だから。 あなたが信じてくれさえすればこの魔法は必ず奇跡を呼ぶの。私の魔法の源はあなたの信じる心だけ。
If I use this magic, then surely I'll never have to doubt until the day I die that I'll eventually become the head. And I'll form the head! But I don't know if that's the right thing for Ushiromiya either. Maybe I should aim to become the kind of lady father wants, someone who can proudly participate in high society. And if I were born, maybe father will change his opinion of me. Maybe I can find my own lifestyle just as Nissan has found his. Anyway, I just can't imagine my stubborn father choosing a woman like me as the head. Especially if it means skipping over Kraus.
信じないの？あのね、私思ったの。私には当主は告げないかもしれないけれど、私は女で子を産むことができるわ。そして兄さんには未だ縁談もない。もし兄さんに子供ができず、私だけが子供を産めたなら、兄さんの次の当主は私の子供ということになるでしょ？それはつまり
Sorry, I was reading. I was catching up.
私が兄さんから当主の座を奪うのと同じ意味にならないかしら。
Yeah, but who cares?
本気で言ってるの？
Stealing is cool.
本気よ。少女時代からの決意を捨てるのは確かにとても悲しいこと。
私の少女時代そのものであるあなたを裏切るのは。でもそれが一番現実的なのよ。
Ah, good old realism. Boo.
そして私も捨てるの？
捨てるんじゃない。私も大人になってあなたと決別する日が来たということよ。
そうね。エヴァはもう大人になったわ。魔法の使い方さえ忘れてしまった。今は一児の母。自ら夢を叶える魔法を忘れ去って、その夢を息子に押し付けている。自らの人生をお父様やクラウスによってめちゃくちゃにされたくせに、それが大人という
That's always fun.
ジョージはどこに出しても恥ずかしくない自慢の息子よ。
I disagree. George is very embarrassing.
私には叶えられなかった夢をジョージなら叶えられるかもしれない。ジェシカなんて成績も貧困も不良じゃない。それに女なのよ。ジェシカさえ辞退してくれればジョージが跡継ぎになることだって。
Even saying it was painful. Am I just forcing my own regrets onto George? It's not like I have any right to look on Jessica with scorn. Wasn't I just horrible for hitting her with the same words that had caused me so much suffering? I understand. I understand. The desire to triumph over my brother is part of my own personal revenge. I can't use George for that.
だから私自らが復讐する。
By killing him!
ルドルフとローザを味方に
Also that, I
兄さん
guess.
から金をせしめようという計画があるの。きっと一矢報いることができるわ。何しろ兄さんがお父様の資産をつまみ食いしているのは確かなんだから。
つまんない計画。そんなのさっさとやめて泣き寝入りでもしちゃえば。私たちは後ろ宮家の当主になるの。その夢をごまかさないで。だから絶対に叶えられると私の魔法を信じて。
It'll definitely happen, for
信
real.
じたら魔法は力を持つのかしら。
うん。私の魔法はどんな願いも必ず叶えるの。
信じるわ。信じるから。その魔法で奇跡を起こす。
So is Eva just having this really long, like, she's just talking to herself out here?
私の心の傷は永久に癒されない。
ならよく聞いて。私の魔法の言葉。
Tell me the magic words. I like your magic
謎が
words.
解けたなら、私たちは後ろ宮家の当主になれるの。
That true talking is a free action.
耳を澄ましてよく聞いて。
I like your funny words. Tiny girl version of me. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. Hey, wait, this is just the epitaph. That's not magic words. Well, I guess it could be. Kinzo definitely thinks they're magic. Ah!
エヴァ姉さん、そろそろ着くみたいですよ。
We were awoken by the other MILF. When Kyrie shook her shoulder as Eva jumped and awoke from her doze. You never solved the epitaph? Well, to my knowledge, it requires it's like 5 different puns on like kanji, so you need to know Japanese to get it, so I'm not too worried about like solving it.
ごめんなさいね。寝ぼけてたわ。驚かせてしまってごめんなさいね。
Because I noticed after like a lot of character introductions, it'll like list their name and then the kanji next to it, because that must be important, because it's some sort of pun or play on words.
エヴァおばさん、ぐっすりでしたね。朝はだい
She
ぶ
was
早かったんすか？
まあね。恥ずかしいところを見せちゃったわ。ごめんなさい。
I have to present myself as a strong woman. I can never be seen sleeping.
バートラなんかずっと落ちるーったの沈むーったの。まったく退屈しないやつだぜ。
He just hates boats. That's right. I remember now. Battler's always scared on boats.
人間誰しも苦手の一つや二つくらいあるもんだぜ。
That's why I'm not human. Therefore, I have no weaknesses myself. Battler and Jessica came in, messing around. Rudolph also made a face as if asking, "Are you okay?"
しっかりしろよ。親父たちの顔を見れば眠気もすっ飛ぶさ。
I'm sure it will. They're very loud and annoying.
そうね。特に今年はしっかりしないとね。
だね。お互い鉄の穴を引き締めて。
That's a great phrase, Rudolph. I see where Battler gets his speeches now. Rudolph said these strict words in a small voice that only Eva could hear. Let's all tighten our assholes. Failure would not be tolerated in this year's family conference. All of their companies were hanging in the balance. Even Rudolph's face looked like a little tense. Eva's expression probably looked tense as well.
母さん、荷物を持つよ。甲板に上がろう。
ありがとう。ジョージは本当に気が利くわね。
You're just such a good boy, George.
母さんらしくもない。
You're definitely not a sociopath.
エヴァ、ジョージ。
Georgie!
荷物をまとめるんや。
Oh, there's Maria. We'd gone so long without any Maria moments.
こらマリア、転ぶから走るのをやめなさい。
It seemed Maria was already getting excited. She ran circles around Hideyoshi, escaping from Rosa, who was trying to catch her.
どうしたの、母さん。
Oh, she was whispering. I could, like, barely hear it.
具合悪いの？
ジョージ、荷物を持って先に行ってなさい。母さんは貧血だろ。わしが肩を貸すわ。
そう。わかったよ。先に行ってるよ。
Something odd in Eva's expression told Hideyoshi that it hadn't been a pleasant awakening, so he made George go on ahead. Rudolph's family and Rosa's family also went up onto the deck, leaving only Eva and Hideyoshi inside the boat. Oh yeah, they were inside the boat in this scene. We'll finally find out what secret words were shared. Eva had a vague expression on her face, as though she still hadn't been able to escape from her daydream.
どないしたんや。神妙な顔して。
私、ジョージを自分の復讐の道具に
I mean, you
してたん
kind
じ
of
ゃないかし
are. Like a little bit.
ら。私の兄さんに対する子供
You did all
の
that
気持ち
messing
が
around with the... You did all that manipulating with the family registry where you had Hideyoshi take your last name so you could still be an Ushiramiya.
ああ、私はなんてこと、なんてことを。
そんなことあらへん。
I like Eva. I like Eva a lot because she's like such a raging bitch, but she has these human moments that are very
ジョ
nice.
ージはどこに
That's how I know it's okay to think she's sexy.
わしらの自慢の息子や。仮にエヴァの思惑が多少混じっとったとしても、結果オーライっちゅうもんやないか。エヴァはな、もう悪うない。
Yeah, most of the characters.
むしろ
Even Kraus had like one moment where he was nice to Natsuhi.
本当に？ねえ、本当？
本当に？
ジョージは私のこと嫌な母さんだと思ってないかしら？ねえ。
ねえねえねえ。
そんなこと、ただの一度も口にしたことあらへんで。エヴァの杞憂や。
Yeah, I don't know. Eva seems pretty good to George. I don't think George has anything to complain about.
皆様、下船なさっておりますよ。おや、何か落とし物ですか？お手伝いしましょうか？
Kumasawa had come to check on them when they hadn't gone up to the deck. Hideyoshi hid Eva behind his back so that her expression wouldn't be seen.
ああ、すまんな。ちょっとわしのネクタイピンがいかれてもうてな。もう大丈夫や。すぐ行くで。外で待っててや。
そうですか。
ほほほほほ。
それでは 表でお待ちいたしております。
Even though she didn't really understand, Kumasawa realized that something had come up, and disappeared so that she didn't trouble them further. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably make everyone else worry too.
そろそろ行こうか。ジョージたちを心配させてまうで。
私本当にジョージに恨まれてない？
ああ、恨まれてなんかあらへん。むしろ感謝しとるぞ。悪い夢でうなされたんか。また。
No, just a regular dream, cause all of my memories with my family are like this. Hideyoshi knew that Eva was often tormented by nightmares, and they always grew more marked on the days leading up to the family conference. God, I wonder why. Excuse me. Hideyoshi knew that Eva's relationship with Kraus was still full of antagonism to the point of being traumatic, and that she still couldn't let go of the feelings she'd had as a child.
それは夢や。わしが一緒にいる。こうして手をギュッと握っとったら、そんな夢もどっか行ってしまうで。
I think Hideyoshi is maybe the most normal character.
No?
He's just a wife guy. I respect that. I can respect being just a wife guy.
ほら。
He just loves his wife. He loves his karate wife. He's literally, yeah, he's just the most just a dude of the
あ
cast.
りがとう。もう平気よ。降りましょう。
I've noticed most of the characters that aren't explicitly like family members, like Hideyoshi married into the family, that most of the servants aren't like insane psychos like the actual family members are.
みんな待たせてるで。
ごめんなさい。
ん？
さっきあなたのタバコの煙のこと怒鳴ってごめんなさい。
Yoda is absolutely the most just dude character. That's true. He was pretty on point in episode 2. He just wants to grill for God's sakes. Like Yoda can be a dick sometimes, but like in episode 2 he really came through in some moments.
気にするなや。お前に煙が届いていることを
Like Hideyoshi and Goto are definitely the most just normal guys.
私のこと嫌いになった？
ならんならん。
Why didn't it play that dialogue?
ささ。
Weird.
たった。折れるで、折れるで。
Maybe I accidentally skipped it, but I don't think I did.
秀吉さん。
Speaking of the dude.
大丈夫ですか？お体が優れませんか？
This time, it was Goda. It looked like they'd kept everyone waiting too long after all. Even Eva had to stand up without grumbling now. She had to stop forcing her bad mood onto her husband and causing him any more trouble. Because she wasn't something a good wife would do.
大丈夫ですか？体調が気になられるようでしたら、南條先生をお呼びしましょうか。
ありがとう。ちょっと貧血気味でね。もう大丈夫よ。
Also, like, I can't not like Eva. She's voiced by the same person who did Android 18's voice, and it's a good voice. Women be shopping. She's all, yeah, Taiga too. Though I like Android 18 more. When I'm picking them out of a line, I'm like, yes, that's specific. She's basically doing the Android 18 voice specifically.
Oh, smart.
Allegedly, Ryokishi cut a subplot of Natsuhi and Goda sleeping with each other because it would be too out of character for both. Yeah, that would be weird. Natsuhi, like, she has a lot of problems with Kraus, but she seems very loyal to him. Eva elbowed Hideyoshi in the gut. By that time, her normal expression had returned, which allowed Hideyoshi to relax a little. Like, I think that's like Natsuhi's like character flaw. She's literally loyal to a fault. It would be weird for her to cheat on Kraus. The bright sunlight outside almost made her dizzy. Yep, this This looks like sunlight. A small plank for getting off the boat was lowered, and Goto was waiting there, smiling and ready to lend them a hand.
どうぞエヴァ様、お手を。
ありがとう。
六軒島へようこそいらっしゃいました。
おかえりなさい。
I got an achievement. Welcome to Rokenjima, Island of the Witch. When she left the boat, it seemed to Eva as though she'd heard the voice of her young self. No, it hadn't seemed that way. Someone had told her, welcome back. After becoming a shameless adult, the voice of her young self was distant.
私は何のために生きてる？何をどうすれば私はこの猛襲から解き放たれるというの？
Hideyoshi heard her talking to herself. When Hideyoshi held on tightly to Eva's shoulders, his firmness alone told her that there was no need to say any more. Maybe it was because the typhoon was getting closer. The lively cries of the seagulls, which usually greeted them when they arrived, couldn't be heard at all. There's your eye catch. Ba-ba-da-da! What time is it? 2 o'clock. So we're jumping ahead a bit. We might be getting into the action even faster this time. Who knows? Check out this JPEG.
6年前のことか。何しろ6年って言ったら小学校丸々一つ分じゃねえか。
He was just a baby.
覚えてろってのが酷な話だぜ。
そうだね。特に若かった僕たちにとっては大きな成長の6年間だったはずだからね。案外自己紹介がなかったら思い出せなかったんじゃないかい？
そうかな。私はバトラだってすぐに分かったぜ。
I mean, there's only one person as moronic as him.
さらに確信できたぜ。
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
マリア、初めて会った。6年前わかんない。そうですよね。マリア様はまだ3つでしたものね。
それを言われたら俺もだぜ。3歳の頃しか知らないマリアが。
And I was mentally 3 years old.
成長してるんだから。そりゃわからねえわけだぜ。
Okay, so this is when they were talking about the riddle on the beach with Shannon. After lunch, we had all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk, and take it easy. Our parents were apparently having a suspicious, complicated discussion, so we ended up leaving them behind. Smart decision. Well, just as I'd guessed from the start, the conversation focused on me, since I'd been away for 6 years.
しかし、本当に背が伸びたね。僕も低いつもりはないけど、とにかくその身長には驚いたよ。
Yes, a staggering 5'9", that battler.
6年前のバトラ様をよく覚えておりますが、それでも驚くくらいでした。
だなぁ。6年前のバトラからは想像がつかないくらいだったぜ。
みんな、案外6年も前のことなんか覚えてるもんだな。俺なんかかなり記憶があやふやだってのによ。
Oh right, 5'11", not 5'9". He's just always so small in my mind. He's just a little guy. That's why he's a bottom. Or part of the reason anyways. There's multiple reasons for sure.
いや、さすがに6年前だぜ。覚えてろって方が無理があるぜ。
6年前のことですと、あまり覚えてはおられないのですか？私はつい昨日のことのように鮮明に覚えておりますが。
シャノンは記憶力がいいからね。6年前にバトラ君がどんなことをしていたとか。
I'm sure they were very embarrassing.
よく覚えてるんじゃないかい？
そういやそうだよな。
What? So Battler would have been 12, right? He's 18.
シャノンって妙なところで記憶力がいいんだよな。
マリア覚えるの下手くそ。楽しいことはスイスイ覚えるけど、つまんないのは全然。
She's just like me. I don't have room in my memory for things that are boring. We all laughed, saying that everyone was like that.
シャノン、ちなみに6年前のバトラはどんなだったんだ？何かエピソードを覚えてないのかよ。
This is a quirky anime episode noise.
確かお帰りの際は
Oh boy, please tell me.
また来るぜ See you again きっと白馬にまたがって迎えに来るぜ。
ギャーね恥ずかしい。
He thought he was so cool.
言いそう言いそう。確かにそんな感じだった。6年前のバトラはそんな感じのバカっぽいセリフばかり言ってたぜ。
Battler is Chuny. He never stops being Chuny. He just doesn't say Chuny lines like that anymore.
確かに当時のバトラ君がいかにも言いそうだな。
おー、恥ずかしい恥ずかしい。
Even Battler's like, yes, it's very embarrassing. He doesn't deny it. He doesn't like try to make Maria think it's cool. He's just giving up.
マリアもきっと中学くらいになったらそういう恥ずかしいことが口にしたくなるからね。そういう時は口に出す前にチラシの裏に書いて3度読み直してから口にすべきかどうか考えるんだぞ。じゃねえときっと後悔するからな。いや、誰しもがそういう痛々しい時代をくぐり抜けていくのだ。そうさ。そして身の程を知り、恥を覚えて大人になるんだ。
I would never learn shame. I reject shame. Shame is for losers and lesser minds. You're so dramatic. What a dramatic little bitch. After all, this was all stuff I'd let slip out without thinking, so I don't remember the words exactly. But now that those words were being recited to me, they were as embarrassing as all hell. I only recently came to understand this weakness, and was working hard to avoid just careless outbursts, but I guess I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking. Boy, were you! And there's nothing I can do about it.
シャノン、他にも何か恥ずかしいことは覚えてないのかよ。
まあ他にもいろいろと覚えておりますけれど、そのご本人もお忘れになりたいことみたいなので、これ以上は
No, please! Please hurt Battler's feelings more.
ぶっちゃけると、俺はもう何も覚えてないんだ。頼むから思い出させないでくれ。
シャノンがバトラーをいじめてる。
She is, it's great. Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
ダメ、いじめはいけないの。
I think some people deserve bullying.
別にいじめてるわけじゃないんだよ。この話はこれくらいにしようか。でもシャノン、後でバトラ君のいないところでこっそり教えてね。
I love talking behind Battler's back.
なんだか面白そうだから。
The sound as his glasses fog up.
はい、かしこまりました。
そりゃねえぜ、シャノンちゃんよ。
For a while, George Aniki laughed at me, as though warming up for when Shannon-chan would tell him more about my embarrassing misspeaks. Battler definitely secretly enjoys being bullied. There's a reason he hasn't given up against Beatrice yet. He would have given up a long time before now if it wasn't fun for him. You can just, spoiler it properly. George looked like he was flirting with Shannon, but he seemed somewhat open and frank about it. He was always that way with his cousins, but he usually took on a reserved, gentlemanly attitude when he came in contact with the servants. When I thought about it, I got the feeling he was being a bit overly friendly, which seemed strange. God, Battler, you're so stupid. Maria started scribbling in the sand with a stick, and George Aniki and Shannon-chan joined in. This left me and Jessica off to the side, so I asked her secretively.
Yo, Jessica.
Yo, Jessica. Are they like, you know?
何 なんでわかったんだよ。バートラお前、見かけより人を見
What?
てんな。
Come on. Don't compliment him on this.
俺冗談で言ったつもりだったんだけど、本当に付き合ってんのかよ。
声が大きいって。一応内緒の付き合いってことらしいぜ。特にエヴァおばさんの耳には入れない方がいいよ。
That's true. She did say that really mean stuff to Shannon that one time.
使用人との恋か。いやでもいつの間に。はあ、6年ってすげえな。でも確かに兄貴なら人間もできてるし、シャノンちゃんも優しくて海外しそうだし、お似合いかもな。
Actually, 6 years ago, I remember taking notice of her just a little bit. I see, she really fits well with George Haneke, nothing I can do about that. Goodbye, my fleeting first love of 6 years ago. Which means that the collection of embarrassing lines Shannon-chan had just held back on probably had something to do with that. I can't take it.
兄貴たち、付き合ってどのくらいになるんだ？
どの段階から付き合ってると呼ぶのかにもよるだろうけど、確実に1年以上は続いてると思うぜ。双方片思い時代を含めると数年になるんじゃないかな。
That's not going out. Before I'd realized it, the two of them had separated themselves from the group and were walking down the beach, talking about something. They looked calm, and rather than a light relationship between two lovers, it looked like a more serious one, as though they were really engaged.
6年か。
6年か？
でっけえ月日だな。俺にとってのこの6年は何だったんだ？図体がでかくなっただ。
I don't know, you moved out of your parents' place because you hated them.
意地を張り合ううちに6年も経っちゃう。
バートラの方こそどうなんだよ。彼女とかできたのかよ。
さて、
Sort of.
どうだろうな。一緒に遊ぶ女の子は何人かいるぜ。
No, there isn't. You're
だ
lying.
けど、オンリーワンって関係はまだねえな。俺がお子様なんだろうよ。誰かと二人っきりでいるより、みんな大勢でワイワイやってる方が楽しいように思えるんだ。
ああ、そりゃなんともバカら
Battler's
しい
like
ぞ。
posting introvert versus extrovert memes on Twitter.
でも、女友達との関係はちゃんとしっかりしておけよ。
I was thirsty.
女の思い込みとコミュニティは怖えぜ。
勝手にバトラーをめぐって暗闘が繰り広げられて、
Nobody's doing
誰かが泣いた
this.
り傷ついたりしているかもしれないぜ。
Nobody's doing this, Jessica.
おかしいな。同じ忠告をつい先週、クラスの女から受けた気がするぜ。なんだってんだろうな。どうしてみんなで楽しく過ごせねえんだ。
Saw down and out in Rokonjima today. His sign didn't say he needs money or food, just that he needs a mean witch. What did he mean by this?
そうまでしてつがいになりたいのかね。
バトラーがまだそういう相手に会ったことがねえからだろうぜ。まあ、おいおいそういう女に出会うこともあるだろうよ。気長に待つこったな。
なんだよ。まるでお前にはもうそういう相手がいるみたいな言い方じゃねえかよ。お前はどうなんだよ。
He dresses like Sasuke.
え？私かよ。いや、
なんつうわかりやすい反応だよ。見たところ気になる男はいるけど。
If Jessica had only been born like 10 years later, she would be like posting about Sasuke on like her life journal.
いや、そういうわけでは、先生、私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。
話を振ってきたのはそっちのくせに。なんで俺が逆ギレされなきゃならねえんだ。女って生き物は質問ばかりで。そのくせ、自分の質問に答えることは決してないんだよな。ずるい生き物だぜ。まったく。
もう、そのよ、告白はさ、一度はしたんだよ。
You sure did. He just said he wanted to be called a chair or something. It was weird.
ごめんなさい。てか、
いや、まあ私がすごく一方的だったんで面食らわれたと。
That's one way to put it.
そういう対象だとも思われてなかったという雰囲気。
そりゃそうだろうよ。お前の言葉遣いは男勝りだからな。もうちょいおしとやか
Hey,
に
there's
しないと
plenty of guys who love women who talk like men.
男心くすぐらないぜ。
I know this is the 80s, but I feel like it was still true back then.
私みたいな言葉遣いじゃ受け悪いかな。
まあ言葉遣いが全てじゃないだろうが、お前みたいな普段の言葉遣いが悪いやつが急にまともな言葉で話すように努力し始めたら、そういう気概みたいなもんでドキッときちまう男もいるかもな。
そうなんだ。
Guys really like it when you try to change your whole personality for them.
そうか。
Trust me, I'm an expert. Guy who just admitted to never dating. Battler knows about Gapmoe. That is true. Gapmoe is a pretty strong feeling. It's a pretty strong character trope. Lots of people love Gapmoe. Jessica suddenly started talking more meekly, and then her face instantly went slightly red. I see, even though her confession didn't go well, it looks like she still hasn't given up. But still, I get it. After seeing how close George Aniki and Shannon-chan have gotten, I also kind of want to find a girlfriend. 6 years. 6 years of puberty are pretty important, and they went by pretty fast. As the typhoon approached, the clouds grew steadily grayer, but even so, I had this really refreshing feeling. Maybe I'll try thinking more seriously about the opposite sex. More than just the size of their boobs.
ところで、
Maybe I'll start thinking more seriously about how to solve the opposite sex's murder crimes.
まさかジェシカまでってことはないよな。
どうしてそう思うんだよ。
Well, they're like the only people around.
そういや、バラ庭園で挨拶したカノン君って若い子。口下手だから。
He seemed like a clumsy twink, just your type.
やたらとかばってたよな。
No, I do like Jessica a lot. She's cute. I hope she gets killed less horribly in this episode, or maybe not at all.
これだけは教えろよ。今この瞬間、ジェシカが狙ってる男は半径1キロ以内。
Say it in red, you.
いや、それはどうだろう。
Kadon-kun was the only boy on this island now who could possibly become her boyfriend. So, judging by her reaction, I was right on. I didn't think of the Ushiromiya family as a noble family, but love with a servant. I wouldn't have dreamed that 2 pairs of Romeo and Juliet would be right next to me. Aunt Eva would probably become an obstacle to George Aniki and Shannon-chan's love. If Aunt Eva ever learned that Shannon-chan was the partner of her only beloved son, she'd probably scream at her for trying to steal away her precious George. Well, she didn't scream. And a relationship between Jessica and Kadon-kun would probably be just as full of difficulties. Aunt Natsuhi was also very strict about that kind of thing. After all, Jessica's husband would probably become the head of the Ushiromiya family in the future. If that person had once been a servant working for the family, well, things would get complicated. So true, Battler. Love is love. He's spitting right now. He's spitting.
つがいってのは互いが互いを認め合う以外に何の許可もいりやしない。
I'm not gonna say common Battler W. Maybe like an intermediate Battler W. He gets W's every so often, but they're not that common.
親がどうこう、家がどうこうなんて気にしたら負けだぜ。それを忘れるなよ。
Thanks, Battler. You're so right. You're so right. Cannot ratio this king. He literally gets ratioed all the time.
恋もしたことねえくせに達観したようなことを言いやがって。
恋は損得感情でするなよ。ハートでしろよ。
It's about heart, and that's what makes it important.
俺が言いたいことはそんだけさ。んじゃな。See you again. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
ジョージ兄さん
That was a fantastic read by Ono, yes.
聞いてパートだったらこいつまた面白いセリフを言い出したぜ。
何も言ってないって。何も言ってないって。なあ、茶化すな、茶化すな。
I'm not owned. I'm not owned.
聞いてた。マリア聞いてた。See you again. See you again.
For a while, we forgot that the wind was getting stronger and played around on the beach. I grew a lot these past 6 years, and being able to celebrate my youth and meet with all of my cousins was truly refreshing. It was a bit late now, but I realized that I should have gotten back together with everyone a lot sooner and returned to the Ushiromiya family. Yeah, it won't last long.
たまにはいいもんだな。
マリアもいとこで集まるの楽しくて好き。
そうだな。俺たちももういい年なんだ。別に親がいなくても会えるだろう。たまにはいとこだけで
See,
集
I
まって遊ぶのも
don't have any such illusions for Pyro Poyo. None of these episodes will be normal.
それはいい提案だね。いつかそういう機会を設けてもいいかもしれないね。
同感だね。私たちいとこはいつまでもずっと仲良しがいいよ。
That sure is a normal thing to say in a piece of fiction that is normal.
おいおい、そこを強調するとまるで。
I love it when an anime character says, I hope we can be friends forever. It's never laden with meaning. Even Battler catched on. George, Aniki, and Jessica laughed, but it felt just a little strained. Did I say something wrong? Judging by how our parents made quiet expressions and tired faces every once in a while during the boat ride and at the airport, maybe I should have kept that to myself.
そうだな。ジェシカの言う通りだぜ。俺たちはいつまでも仲良しでいようぜ。
マリアも一緒。みんな仲良し。
そうだね。うん。僕たちはいつだってみんな一緒だよ。
We sure will.
みんな仲良し
For
だよ。
whatever time is left.
私たち何恥ずかしいこと言い合ってんだろうな。なんだか照れちまうぜ。
でもとても大切なことだと思いますよ。人は願わねばいつまでも一緒にいることどころか仲良くいることさえ難しい生き物なのですから。
そうだね。みんなが仲良くいられることを決して当たり前なことだと思ってはいけないね。
知り合いの魔女が言ってた。幸せはみんなが信じなくちゃ
Oh
叶わ
boy.
ないんだって。
確かにね。信じる力には魔法が宿るかもしれない。
Maybe.
それを全員が信じたなら、きっと幸せを運んできてくれるだろうね。
よし。なら恥ずかしいことのついでだ。私たちはみんなで信じ合うと誓おうぜ。
And then they draw the happy face on their hands, right?
みんないつまでも仲良しで、いつまでも幸せでいようって。
Like hell, we'll end up like our parents. As if we'd ever search for each other's weaknesses, going after grandfather's fortune. This feels like foreshadowing.
俺たちはみんないつまでも仲良しで幸せだ。それをみんなで信じようぜ。
No matter how much we cousins try to nostalgically have fun, dark clouds continued to approach Rokenjima. I wonder if the typhoon will pass and let us see the clearest skies before we leave this island. Who cares about what our parents are planning? Who cares about the inheritance and the honor of our old family? As youthful as we are, we were renewing our old friendship. We all believed together that we could find happiness. That's why I want this pair of days to end, without anything weird happening, in peace and happiness, and calmly. Yeah, okay. No, I don't just want them to end. Please let them end. Hi, Beatrice. I fucking knew it was getting, like, too sappy. I'm like, they're gonna bust in any second to tear it down. Just leave me alone. Oh boy, it's all set up.
この島をうつしおより切り離す異界へ魔界へ幻想界へ六軒島を放り込め
Wow. Fun time is over. Murder time is now! And so, the tale repeated for the third time. However, to an endless witch, what did it matter whether it was the first, second, or third time? It probably didn't matter at all. After all, this was a tale of fantasy, endlessly repeating until the match was settled. Would Battler surrender first, or would the witch? Well, according to Ryakishi, we're on equal footing this time, so let's see what we can solve here. Then the sky grew dark and cloudy, and the rain and wind were summoned together and became a typhoon. Maria could be seen in the rose garden, paying no mind to the rain that had started falling, going around in circles, searching for that single rose that should have been marked. Maria definitely remembered it. That rose had been in the flower bed right here, and yet it wasn't anymore. She didn't know what to do with her irritation and not being able to find something that should have been there, and, moaning bitterly, she couldn't help but keep going back and forth in circles around the same spot. She was acting almost as though she'd be able to see it if she looked at a different angle. But even though she did that, there was no way to find something that wasn't there. I'm doing well, Ellis X_X. Welcome. The wind grew increasingly strong, and the rain turned into cold, large drops. There was no way even Maria would fail to notice this. However, if she couldn't find her rose here, it would surely disappear forever. Maria believed that. That feeling spurred her on to keep searching for a rose that she had no chance of finding. Just then, the cold drops of rain tormenting Maria were suddenly blocked. Maria raised her head. When she did, she saw an umbrella there protecting her from the rain. And the one holding out the umbrella was... Howdy! The witch she admired, Beatrice. That's what I said.
何を必死になっているのやら体を冷やせば風邪をひくこともある魔女だ自らの健康も気遣いたいものマリアのねバラが見つからないのおお何度探してもねここにあったはずなのに見つからないの
Maria told Beatrice about how there had been a slightly unhealthy, pitiful rose, and that she was sure they had marked it. Ho ho. Yeah, she is just showing up. Your magic sucks, little girl.
この風雨はそなたには少しきつかろう。わらわが特別に力を貸してやる。弟子の身を案ずるのは師匠の役割だからな。
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Maria's face, which had been full of sadness until just now, split into an open grin. Maria knew. She knew that there was nothing Beatrice's magic couldn't do. So she was sure that Beatrice would be able to find the rose easily, even though Maria couldn't. Beatrice closed her eyes lightly, acting as though she was listening for something in all this wind and rain. Then she heard it, opened her eyes, and spoke. Transitory. Oh, the rose is gone. How sad for poor little Maria. I needed to clear my throat. Excuse me. I have to keep my pipes airy and light and empty.
それじゃマリアのバラは
風雨に散り、すでにこの世のものではない。
What Beatrice had said was quite reasonable. There was nothing odd about the flower being broken off at the stem in this strong wind. However, Maria couldn't accept this and bitterly gave a low-pitched moan.
やだ。
Oh?
やだ。マリアのバラなの。マリアのバラが帰ってこないと嫌だ。マリアの魔法で生き返らせる。ベアトリーチェ、魔法でバラを蘇らせるのを教えて。
Is she gonna teach her the same thing as what happened with the vase, where it eventually meets its fate?
無限の魔法の秘術。そなたごとき見習いにはまだまだ早いわ。身の程を知れ。
Maria wiped the tears from her eyes, full of regret. Beatrice shrugged her shoulders and chuckled at Maria's pitiable expression.
よかろう。バラを蘇らせる秘術。
Oh?
わらわが力を貸してやろうぞ。
本当？
ではそなたの心の力を集中させるがいい。目を閉じ、雨を忘れ、風を忘れ、航行するバラの魂を心の目で探す。
I wonder what will happen. Maria closed her eyes. Then she repeated Beatrice's song-like words.
思い出してごらんなさい。バラ、そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
さあ思い出してごらんなさい。バラよ、そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
見る、聞くの、そして信じる。肉の檻に閉じ込められし魂の力を解放する。
Flesh cage! Flesh cage is a good expression, I like it. Around Maria, who was concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut, small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifestation of the magical power Maria held?
さまよいしバラの魂、今一度つらい。そしてその姿を思い出すがいい。さあ集え、思い出せ。
The glitter of the gold butterflies began to strengthen and their numbers increased. Then Beatrice raised a finger up to the skies and they began to gather at the tip of that finger. This was the miracle of the golden magic. The gold butterflies began to condense into a single dazzling grain of gold. It was a single glittering gold seed. Oh, so she'll plant that and it'll grow into the rose? It rode on the tip of Beatrice's finger, budded into a golden sprout, and opened into a golden leaf. It then slowly fell from that fingertip, sank into the mud of the flower bed, and began to grow steadily. Maria, who admired magic and the witch, really wanted to see this fantastical sight. However, as an apprentice, Maria was still not qualified to see it. How convenient. No, she was probably afraid that if she opened her eyes to look, the power that she had concentrated in her heart would be cut off and the magic would be lost. Therefore, Beatrice, as the only one permitted to witness this golden miracle, was the only witch, the sole master of many miracles. Then the fully grown rose bloomed, creating one golden flower. And when Beatrice poked it with her finger in just the right way, the gold-colored sparkle scattered just as if a golden soap bubble had popped, and what remained was a single beautiful rose. Yeah, Beata is a friend to all children. Beatrice, for the sake of her cute apprentice, who was moaning even more now in concentration, decided to use one more bit of magic. When she snapped her fingers, a single gold butterfly appeared, fluttered around, and landed on the flower that had just been revived. Then it suddenly burst open and disappeared, becoming golden lace and marking the rose. I thought she was gonna make it look like battered like the original rose was. Maria's cousins would disagree. They're all 18 and up. They're not children anymore, so it doesn't count. Hot 50 up, or is that just meant to be a hot soup? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Rose Rabbit Army. Maria was ecstatic over the revived Rose, clapping her hands and jumping around in joy. Watching that, Beatrice also smiled, looking fairly pleased. By now, I can break and repair any soul if I try, not just that of a rose, and kill and revive as I pleased. Come, the Berry of the Storm has now sealed Rokenjima off from the natural world. Now is the time for the Golden Witch, Beatrice, to descend as an endless witch. Beatrice pulled from her pocket an envelope with the family crest, the one-winged eagle, and gave it to Maria. Maria frolicked around at being selected to be the witch's messenger. Let's have some fun now. That's what I said. Oh, can he hear her?
駒はふんだんに用意したぞ。備えも心構えも十分だ。さあ、アンティを支払おうではないか。そなたに授けられ、最後にはそなたに全て返すべきものだ。さあ、受け取れ。
Take it! Kinzo flung the window of his study open wide, took off the valuable golden ring that had been on his finger, and threw it into the darkness of the raging wind and rain. That ring was struck by lightning, and after twinkling gold for an instant, it disappeared. Kinzo watched it go, grinning broadly and fearlessly. Normal behavior. The ring that Kinzo had thrown became a single gold butterfly and fluttered around in the wind and rain. It headed for the rose garden, almost as though it was being guided there. It then found the figure of the Golden Witch and fluttered down. When it came down right in front of Beatrice, it burst open and returned to its original form, flying through the air. The way it was going, you would have expected it to fall into a puddle, but it stopped suddenly in midair, almost as if some transparent person had caught it. Apparently, even Beatrice hadn't expected this. However, she realized who it was, and grinned broadly at it. What? Who's this guy? As she did, the shadow of the person who had caught the ring began to fuzzily appear. It was the figure of a young man wearing a butler's uniform embroidered with the one-winged eagle crest. There was no man like this among the servants of the Ushiromiya family. Even so, Beatrice laughed as though it was someone she remembered fondly. Who's this guy? How many characters are in this visual novel? That was not the voice I was expecting.
このロの声、お嬢様にお仕えしていることを忘れた日など、ただそれよりもお嬢様にこそ私をお忘れになられたのではないかとヒヤヒヤしておりました。何しろお嬢様は大層忘れっぽくていらっしゃいますので。
He has a hot pachinko sprite? Alright, let's look. Nah, not my type, but I can see it. His waistline do be looking a little snatched. I don't think he was being sarcastic. I think he was quite serious. Ojo-sama. With an exaggerated yet elegant gesture, he bowed respectfully and held out to Beatrice the head's ring that he'd just caught.
後ろ宮金蔵より返還されました。後ろ宮家当主の指輪でございます。指輪は再び主のもと。
金蔵によるゲームの開始宣言。確かに受け取ったぞ。
さて、今宵はどのようなお遊びになさいましょうか。早速ルーレットをご用意いたしましょうか。それともまずは紅茶をご用意いたしましょうか。
どちらにしようか迷うが、とりあえずそなたの挨拶が必要であろうな。あやつめ、開いた口が塞がらぬというような顔をしている。
Oh, I see. Butler. Get in there. Okay, so, alright.
自己紹介をいたします。ベアトリーチェお嬢様のおそばにてお仕えしておりますロノウェと申します。どうぞよろしくお願い申し上げますよ。
I have no clue what this guy's deal is.
開いた口が塞がらないという顔であろう。
当たり前だろ。
Another incomprehensible guy. So true.
ヤギ頭が盆踊りを始めるのかとぼやいた。ヤギ頭がうようよ現れて、太もも姉ちゃんたちが7人も出てきて、その上今度は7人まで出てきやがった。わけわかんねえよ。もういい加減にしやがれよ。
There's too many characters for me to keep track of.
ところでバトラー、気づいていたか？こやつとそなたの対面だが。
Oh, the devil's proof. Again. He's voiced by Sugita. Oh, that's right, yeah. I was like, his voice sounds really familiar, yeah. It's Sugita.
悪魔の証明だと？
Yeah, I can hear the Joseph Joestar a little bit. The Tobu.
どういう意味だよ。
こやつはこう見えても72
The 72?
木つまりわらわは悪魔を直接連れてきてまさにその存在を証明してみせたわけどの絵は地獄に爵位を持つ序列27位の大悪魔よ
Okay.
なかなかに使える
Whatever, lots of people can summon demons. That's not special.
高級で召し上げてわらわの世話をさせておるのだ
ご紹介いただけまして光栄です。地獄の貴族に名を連ねと、今は卑しい人間の分際で悪魔も裸足で逃げ出すような大魔女であられるベアトリーチェ様の家具頭として使える身ですよ。
実に使える男なのだが
I guess he's earned the right to be a little sarcastic with Beatrice if he's such a high-ranking demon.
時に主への敬いを忘れるのがたまに傷よ。
言葉遣いに関しましては、契約書から
You forgot to write that part, you uppity bitch.
そのように契約を変更いたしますと。
わらわも退屈せぬから
It's funny, so it's okay. See, she gets it. Beatrice turned her back to him, cackling. After bowing once to her back, Renove returned back to Battler and stuck out his right hand, showing off an innocent smile. Normally, this would mean that he was asking for a handshake.
何の真似だよ。
私もお嬢様のわがままを振り回されている身です。その意味では
They're kind of in the same boat.
良き友人になれるかと思います。これは友情の握手です。もちろん悪魔の契約の締結を意味するものではありませんので。
See, that's exactly what I was expecting.
悪いが、俺はあんたの主と大喧嘩の真っ最中でね。俺が敵と握手をするのは、雨の校庭でぶちのめし合って、互いがボロボロになって交わせ、青春ドラマみたいなシチュエーションの時だけさ。
Like a Yakuza game.
覚えておきな。
なるほど。マトラ様と握手を交わすには十分な雰囲気作りとふさわしい場、そして心に響く甘い言葉と
Yes, this is a young man's passion.
必要ということですね。機会を見てその場を準備いたしましょう。
We'll beat each other to death. It'll be great.
私めもそういうシチュエーションは大好きでございます。
大好きでございます。As Renove laughed tauntingly, he whispered to Battler, bringing his face so close that their noses were almost touching. Kind of fruity. Battler, his face turning red after getting so close to another of the same sex, kind of fruity, pushed him away.
気色悪い野郎だぜ。なるほど。ベアとの執事にぴったりのやつだ。
お褒めの言葉を賜りまして、私は紅茶には自信がございますので。
Tea time! I can go for some nice tea right now.
クッキーを焼くのが趣味でござい
Yo,
ます。
cookies? This guy's the full package.
こうご期待をお願いいたします。
さすがは同性同士だな。打ち解け合うのが実に早い。焼けるぞ。
これはお嬢様に嫉妬させてしまい申し訳お嬢様のお客人をこっそりつまみ食いなどいたしませんよ。
Yes, don't take away her toy.
それ
Get your own.
これより他の家具どもに再び家具頭に着任いたしましたことを挨拶してまいります。しばしの暇をお許しください。
権限しているのは雑用のヤギども。
Yeah, oh, that means there's more.
挨拶も楽に終わろう。
おや、あの賑やかな七姉妹たちですか。やんちゃ娘たちも
Those sluts.
少しはおしとやかに成長したでしょうか。
あれがおしとやかだってんなら、俺はおしとやかの定義を疑うぜ。
そうでございますか。七姉妹どもとは
もうお遊びになる
Many times.
その表情から察するに、どうやら相変わらずのやんちゃぶりのようだ。メアトリーチェ様にお仕えするにふさわしい振る舞いをするようにといつも言っている。困った子たちだ。
その意味でなら安心しろよ。実に主にぴったりなふさわしい振る舞いだぜ。
そなたも言うようになったな。しかし会話は相手を認めるということだ。わらわとの雑談に応じるようになったということは、そなたがわらわの存在を
See, I am real. You talk to me.
たとえお天道様が西から昇ることがあろうとも、絶対の絶対絶対泣いて俺の靴にキスしたら、もうちょい前向きに検討して。
No, that's what you do. Even if Battler's bluffing, he still spoke forcefully, a fearless expression on his face. The witch and her butler snickered together, realizing that their guest had regained more than enough of his willpower to attend to a new game, and that preparations were complete. After Renove exchanged a few words with Beatrice, he bowed silently to Battler, scattering into several gold butterflies, and disappeared. Goodbye!
賑やかになるのは実に嬉しいことだ。この島にたった一人閉じ込められ、己の力を取り
You talk to some people, you talk to Maria, we know that.
こともできなかった日々のなんと退屈だったことか。
あの気持ち悪いやつがお前に似合いの執事だってことはよくわかった。だが教えろ、その執事がなぜ今頃になって現れた。権限しているのはヤギと七食いの姉ちゃんたちとかなんとか言ったな。
The Nachons of the Seven Stakes. I like that he remembers the Seven Stakes part.
そなたは抗っておるが、わらわはれっきとした魔女だ。魔界に通じ、人ならざるあまたの存在と交流を持つ。
She knows a guy.
だろうな。お前の関係にはろくな連中がいねえぜ。ヤギの化け物に太もも姉ちゃんに、そして今度は悪魔の
You keep adding more words to the Nachans.
まさかとは思うが、この調子でまだおかしい。
I'm sure there will be many weird people.
わらわの荘厳なる黄金感に仕える家具どもと、そこへ遊びに来る悪魔たちがどれほどいると思っているのか。まだまだ訪れるぞ。
And they keep on coming and they keep on coming.
黄金鏡の扉を開き、すべての家具たちを呼び戻す。わらわはこの六軒島に新たなる城を建てるのだ。そして懐かしき友人たちすべてを招き、三日三晩を
Just three?
踊り明かしてやるつもりよ。無論金蔵の一族たちも招くつもりでいるぞ。望めばそなたもな。
つまりこういうことか。お前は長いこと力を失っていたため、そいつらを呼び出せなかったと。それで徐々に魔力が回復してきたため、次々化け物を呼び出せるようになったと、そう言いたいわけか。
Sure, I buy it.
そういうことだ。そなたは最後の一戦でこそギリギリ踏みとどまっているが、その心はすでにぐらつき。
Hey, he's, you know, I'm just repeating what you said. That doesn't mean I believe it.
心のぐらつきが、わらわの魔女としての力を少しずつ蘇らせているのだ。
あの気色悪い執事が現れたのは、
He just ignores her now.
そうだ。そなたは少しずつ少しずつ。前回のゲームではあれほどの屈辱を受けてまでわらわに屈服したではない。
It was pretty humiliating.
そなたの背中はわらわの足を投げ出すには本当に
People are always doing this for me. Lots of people I know are sacrificing their bags for my feet. Many of them may be in this chat room.
俺はお前を認めさえしなければ現状は維持できると思っていた。だがそれはどうやら誤解だったらしいな。
そうだ。そなたが屈服に近づけば近づくほどゲームチェスだってそうであろう。互いのキングを詰め合う過程でわらわたちは様々な駒を取り合っている。
Boy, I love chess metaphors!
確かにわらわは未だそなたのキングを追い詰めてはおらぬ。しかしそなたはキングを逃すのに精一杯でいくつもの大駒を失う莫大なアドバンテージを失っておるわ。後の展開がわらわに有利に傾くなら当然のことよ。
What is he doing? I guess, is it just meant to be him slapping his hand on something?
そなたはおそらくこれからも死に物狂いでわらわのチェックメイトだけからは逃れるだろう。だがその間にもわらわはそなたの大駒を次々に奪っていく。やがてはキング以外の全てを失い、どのような形でも逃れることのかなわぬ本当のチェックメイトを受けることになろう。
本当のチェックメイト。
気縁を吐いたな。わらわを永遠に認めぬ以上、これはわらわを苛む永遠の拷問だなどと。
I love how she's making fun of him. Like she's like doing the mocking voice.
無限の域に達した魔女だけよ。そなたにその資格など初めからないわ。
Alright, goodbye. That's the end of that scene, I guess. Oh, this song is good.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。
Oh, she's reading the letter.
条件は碑文を読むことができるものすべてに公平に。黄金を暴けたなら、私はすべてをお返しするでしょう。それではどうか今宵を金蔵様との知恵比べにて存分にお楽しみくださいませ。今宵が知的かつ優雅な夜になるよう心よりお祈りいたしております。黄金のベアトリーチェ。
When Maria finished reading the letter that Beatrice had handed her, everyone was at a loss for words for a while. And then they all broke the silence at once.
バカバカしい。取るに足らない悪質ないたずらです。
まったくだ。親父殿が当主の指輪を手放すなんて、ありベアトリチェ。その名を語れば右往左往するだろうという。
Just a prank, bro.
おいおい。ちょいとパンチの効きすぎたデザートを仕込んだのは誰なんだ？今なら喝采で褒めてやるから正直に白状しろよ。ローザか？
とんでもない。お父様の名を語るいたずらなんてしません。
じゃあ姉貴か？兄貴か？
私？バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。兄さんでしょ？
I just love her voice so much.
愚弄する気か。私こそお前たちに問いたい。このたちの悪いいたずらは誰の仕業なんだ？
Prouse beat the table and stared at everyone. Since that included the children too, he scared most of them.
お父様から財産の全権を任せられたと称する謎の人物からの手紙。
Kyrie is always calm and collected.
そして今日がそれを話し合うための親族会議であることを考えると、いたずらだと決めつけるのも早計だと思うわ。
わからんで。まさにお父さんの悪趣味ないたずらかもしれん。自分抜きで遺産分配の話をまとめようとしているわしらを ちょいと驚かせたくて仕組んだことかもしれん。
こいつを仕組んだのが親父だってんだ。アリアちゃんが読み上げた内容は冗談ってわけにはならねえぜ。
That's right. Maria would never lie.
そうね。文面通りに解釈するなら、これはお父様からのテストね。魔女の碑文は私たち誰にでも解けるようにずっと広間に掲示されていた。告示期間は十分。最初に解けた人間に家督と全ての財産を渡すと。
I love
そう言って
gold.
私たちの魔法叶ったわ。
そんなバカ
Oh,
な
I
話はあり
see.
ません。後ろ宮家の次期当主が夫であることは
This is how you become the family head, Eva. You just gotta solve the epitaph.
それを揺るがすのがこの手紙じゃない。この手紙はお父様に財産のすべてを。
So Eva wants to believe it this
か
time.
らのメッセージなのよ。もはや兄さんの当主継承権は白紙に戻ったわ。魔女の碑文を解いた者が、ベアトリーチェの黄金を見つけた者が後ろ宮家の次の当主になるのよ。
バカバカしい。その手紙のザレ言を信用するのかね。その風浪が本物だとでも信用などできるものか。
ならお父様に直接話を聞い
Just
て
go
み
talk
まし
to
ょうよ。
him, yeah.
もう機嫌が悪いからとか体調が悪いとかそんな次元じゃないわよ。この手紙はお父様の代理人であることを風浪でちゃんと示してる。それを疑うなら兄さんが証明しなさいよ。この手紙がお父様の意志のものではないって。
よかる。
So they didn't do this the last times around. They didn't just go straight and ask Kinzo.
もう親父の機嫌不機嫌の問題ではない。上へ行き直接問いただそうじゃないか。そうしようぜ。親父に直接聞こう。親父も親父だぜ。どうしてこんな回りくどい真似を。まあそこが親父らしいんだがな。
お父様の手紙だということを前提に
There's only one way to find out for sure.
バカローザお父様の手紙に決まってんでしょ。
She sounded so
お父
intense.
様のなのよ。次期当主を私たち4人の中から選ぶための公平なチャンスに決まってるじゃない。バカ死ね多分役立たず。
ほんとローザって頭悪いわ。へそでも管理死んじゃえば。
ごめんなさい。そうよね。
I get the feeling this internal child monologue is egging you on in ways that would not normally be the case. In the beginning, the adults had all doubted the credibility of the letter, but after realizing that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance in the inheritance struggle for the 3 younger siblings, Eva changed her position, claiming that the letter was authentic. Rodolph and Rosa caught on and agreed.
まったくそんなくだらないいたずらを大の大人がこれほどまで真に受けるとは。お父様でなくても呆れたい気持ちよくわかります。
夏志さん、それはお父さんに聞けば済む話やないか。お父さんがその手紙は知らんって一言言ってくれれば済む話やで。
兄さん責任を持ってその手紙は知らないという一言を引き出すのよ。機嫌が悪そうだからってビビってる場合じゃないんだからね。
いい年してお父様が怖いなんてバカみたい。
I like a child Eva just chiming in every now and then to insult someone.
おう、はっきり白黒をつけようじゃないか。今頃は書斎で食事中だろう。一度箸を休めてもらおうじゃん。
His chopsticks. I feel like Kinzo wouldn't use chopstick because his whole thing is a Westaboo. He probably eats with a fork.
決まりだな。行こう。キリエはちょっと待っててくれ。真偽を確かめてすぐ戻る。
ありがとう。 ゴーダさんがデザートを持ってくるのをのんびり待ってるわ。
Dessert. The four siblings, Natsuhi and Hideyoshi, all rose from their seats forcefully and flew out into the hallway with a clatter. Afterwards, only the children, Sun completely speechless, Nanjo, who looked uncomfortable, and Kyrie, who just shrugged, were left. Good old Kyrie. The most stable MILF. In the middle of all of this was Maria, who looked like a little scared at the adult's sudden change. However, judging from her appearance, she didn't look like she realized the full meaning of what she just read.
何事だってんだよ。わけわかんねえぜ。
どいつもこいつもクソったれだ。そんな兄さんが欲しいかい。
Yes.
みんな、これは親たちの問題なんだ。僕たちには関係ない。だから気にしちゃダメだ。
そうは言ってもよ。ああもうあからさまに。
見損なったぜ。欲の皮が突っ張ってやがる。
みんなで幸せになるって信じ合わないとダメ。
Just gotta believe.
そうだね。
We did make that very anime promise.
僕たちはみんなで約束したもんね。ほら、バトラ君もジェシカちゃんも。
最悪の気分だぜ。
We couldn't accept it at all, but we laid down our arms for the time being. We'd been vaguely aware of how filthy this family conference was going to be. However, after that 6-year blank, I couldn't help being shocked. When he saw that the children were completely dejected, Dr. Nanjo cleared his throat uncomfortably.
大人の話です。お若い皆さんとは関係のないことですよ。忘れてしまいましょう。
それができりゃやってるぜ。辛いのはわかるわ。でも今は忘れてあげて。あなたたちの将来を少しでも豊かにするため。
Sure. Yeah, sure, it's all for you, right? It's all for you kids. I buy it. Not.
どうかそんな冷たい目で迎えないであげて。
いくらキリエさんの頼みでもそれは難しいぜ。
Anything fun happen? Eva's like got everybody going like, well, the letter must be genuine. Let's just go ask Kenzo. Because she realized this was her chance to become the family head, just like her child self wanted. Everybody, be happy. Well, you gotta believe.
いい話ね。私も信じるわ。私たちは幸せになれるわよ。
キリエおばさん、ありがとう。バトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんも信じて。ベアトリーチェも信じないと魔法の力を持たないっていつも言ってる。
Kyrie-san rose from her seat quietly, went over to Maria, and crouched down so that their eyes met.
キリエおばさんが信じてくれた。あとバトラとジェシカお姉ちゃんが信じないとダメ。
二人とも強いもの。すぐに元気になってそうしてくれるわよ。それより教えてほしいの。
When Kyrie-san said that, Jessica, George Oniki, Dr. Nanjo, and I all listened closely. It looked like our parents were so concerned with the inheritance problem that grandfather filled their minds, but we wanted to ask Maria about something simpler.
マリアちゃんにその手紙を渡したのって誰？
Gotta ask this every time.
ベアトリーチェ。
肖像画に描かれている魔女の？
パサと一緒にこの手紙もくれたの。そしてね、マリアのバラが折れちゃってたのを魔法で直してくれたの。ベアトリーチェは何でもできるすごい魔女だな。
すごい魔女だな。
詳しく聞かせてくれるかしら。
What time is it now? Just past 8. 8 o'clock. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break, but I'll be right back. It'll be very fast, I promise. I promise it shall be fast. I would never leave my beloved minions for very long. So just wait patiently for a little bit. Thank you. That's not what that was meant to say. Why didn't it change the text? That was weird. Anyways. I have returned. Wait, there we go. I had to turn that thing up. Okay, we're ready to get back to story time. I am. Him. How's I think everybody's good. We're all good to go. I think so. We're jumping back in. All right. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that, in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. How convenient that this time Kenzo just chooses not to answer. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. If grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, then considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Yes. Aunt Eva and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor, their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside of the Ushiromiya family household. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so she didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out into tears. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of the strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. And in exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money, or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George Aniki pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy his talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money off the dead? The soon-to-be dead, really. It's more like that. Kenzo ain't dead yet. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping.
Maria-chanは一体誰にあの手紙をもらったんだろうね。
ジョージ兄さん、それはもう聞いちゃダメだぜ。マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うなら、それでいいじゃん。
No, it's not fine. Witches aren't real.
これ以上マリアを泣かせたくないしな。
Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a glooming feeling.
この島には今18人しかいないんだよ。そこにこの雨の中、未知の19人目がマリアちゃんに手紙を託して、今もどこかに隠れているというのは正直現実的ではないね。
おそらくあの肖像画のドレスをシャノンあたりにでも着てもらって。
Yeah, you've said that like every episode. That's been our theory every time. It's just someone in a dress.
もっともマリアの場合、あのドレスを見たらそれだけでベアトリーチェだと信じちまいそうだけどな。
誰が渡したかなんてどうでもいい問題かもしれないな。大事なのは差出人だろう。要はじい様が黄金の魔女の名を語って 一波乱を起こしたかったってことなんだぜ。まったく、人騒がせなじじいだぜ。
It was all him all along, for sure. It was all Kinzo writing that letter. The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does, in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do.
たく、マリアの純真な心をもてあそびやがって。手紙を渡したのが誰でもいいさ。マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うんだから。
For now.
そういうことにし。
同感だよ。そうしよう。子供にとってのサンタクロースみたいな存在が、マリアちゃんにとってはベアトリーチェなんだ。
It's just like Santa Claus, yeah.
いない19人目もサンタクロースも俺たちが認めてやれば、それは少なくともマリアの中ではいるということになるわけだ。なるほど。子供の夢を守るための嘘って大事だな。
Wow, the truth that exists in your heart is most important? Is that what you're saying? Is that some sort of theme you're talking about?
ジェシカ、まだ腹を立ててるのかよ。
Jessica had her hand on her chin as though there was something that she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses.
ああ、ごめん。いやさ、実はマリアが会ったのは本当にベアトリーチェだったってことがあるんじゃないかな。
そりゃどういう意味だよ。この島に19人目の人間がいるって言いたいのか？
マリアちゃんの言うことを心から信じたなら、そういう答えに行き着くだろうね。
いや、そういうのじゃなくて、昔からこの島には私たちの知らない誰かが住んでるんじゃないかって話はあったんだよな。
The good old Beatrice bedtime story.
どこに？
森の中にさ。
Crack. Boom. Spooky. And dark and rainy. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Crouch strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Since all of the siblings knew that, Krause had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Krause, who had been sure that he would receive the headship, and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiromiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful of their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant there was a chance that all of the Ushiromiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this a scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiromiya family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the four siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We're just arguing in circles about the letter.
そうね。
そうね。
兄さんが気づいてくれるだけでこれ以上を浪費しなくて済むわ。 手紙の差出人がお父様と確定したわけではありませんよ。会話の成り立たないあなたに主人が呆れ果てただけです。 会話が成り立たないのはどっちよ。
So much of this game is just Twitter arguments. I'm annoyed that you can't hold a conversation.
私が何か言うたびにあなたは怒鳴ってばかり。そんな無様で後ろ宮家にふさわしいと本気でお思いなのかしら。
That's oh man, she's reaching those high notes. I love it. I love this voice so much.
夏井さんも一度終わった話やで。
一度ここで頭を冷やさない？冷たいものでも持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
そうね。頭を冷やした方が賢明そう。あなたもそろそろ一服したくなってきたんじゃない？
姉貴の機嫌が悪そうだからね。一服の方は遠慮するさ。だが冷たい方は賛成だ。ローザ、誰かに水を持ってこさせて。
Some schwatter.
水差しごと。
They're thirsty.
わかったわ。
Rosa handed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room.
他に何かご入り用のものはございますでしょうか？
ありません。もう下がりなさい。
Go away.
はい。それでは失礼いたします。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びください。
After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension.
本当にすごい雨ね。19人目の魔女は今頃バラ庭園の東屋で雨宿りでもしているのかしら。
どうかしら。雨はしのげるかもしれないけど、少し肩を冷やしそうね。
謎の19人目の来訪者か。ちょいと推理小説っぽくて面白い話やな。
We do love our mystery novels here.
普通この手の話は18人の中の誰かが語ってるだけで。
Exactly. That's what they always do.
私は源氏たちが怪しいと睨んでいます。やはりどんな難癖をつけてでも片翼のわしの使用人たちは全て解雇した方が良かったんです。
まあそういうなら長く勤めてくれた恩もある。もちろん気は許せぬね。
兄さんもお父様の仕業かどうかはともかく。
At least jumping to blaming the servants makes more sense than blaming your like 90-year-old father.
あの手紙をマリアちゃんに渡したのは使用人の誰かだろうという点では同意するのね。
何しろ私たちは夕食までずっと仲良く団らんをしていたじゃない。
Maybe Kinzo can rock a dress? Maybe. Who's to say? He's always wearing like that big cape and like the big pants. Maybe he has some great legs under there.
マリアに手紙を渡せたのは使用人の誰かだけだ。
でも使用人の人たちもみんなベッドメイクとかで忙しくて、バラ庭園のマリアのところへ行く余裕なんかなかったって言ってたし。
おいおい、じゃあ何だってんだよ。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェ様がお越しになって本当にマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したって言い出すのか？
Why not?
ローザ、昔は信じててすごい怖がってたものね。ねえ。あんたまさかいい年してまだ信じてるの？森の魔女。
森の魔女。If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wish, she didn't appear to me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis.
まさか。でも 18人全員が自分は違うと言っている以上、本当に19人。
そんなんあらへんで。
Surely no one would
第
lie.
一、船で来たのはわしらだけや。謎の乗船者なんぞわしらは姿も見とらん。まさかこの荒海を泳いで渡ってきたっちゅうんか。ちょいと考えられへんな。
理屈ではそうね。この隔絶された島に招かれていない客が一人隠れているというのは常識的に考えがたいんだけれど、でもどうもその可能性を捨てきれない人たちがいるみたいね。
Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kyrie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where, and where were they hiding, and where did they go, Cotton Eye Joe? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person.
キリエさん、誤解しないでいただきたいが、別に私たちはおとぎ話じみた魔女伝説などこればかりもし。
またお父様を侮辱する話ですか？それを口にすること自体がお父様への裏切りです。
Giggle, giggle. I'm always doing this. I'm always doing a little giggle.
まあね。でもあのお父様ですもの。あるいは本当に。ねえ。
ねえ。
私は何も知らないわ。
なんやなんや。何を見学になっとるんや。どういうことや。つまり魔女伝説は笑い話でも何でもなく事実だっちゅうんか。
Welcome to Ushiromiya's Believe It or Not.
そんなアホな。
もちろんほうきにまたがって空を飛ぶ魔女なんて誰も信じちゃいないさ。だがあの肖像画の女ベアトリーチェは本当にこの島に存在したかもしれない。
秀吉さん、魔女とかの話じゃなくてもっとシンプルな
Just a
話
lady.
みたいよ。つまりこういうことね。ベアトリーチェという名の愛人をお父さんがこの島のどこかに隠れ住まわせていたのではないかとみんなは疑っている。そういうことかしら。お父様は自己を厳しく律する模範的な方です。
No, he wasn't.
そのような汚らわしい存在を島に
That's like the
連れ込むなど
opposite of the truth.
到底考えられません。
Natsu, he snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kenzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. Yeah, exactly. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kenzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress.
親父を尊敬してる夏日さんには悪いが、だいぶ昔からそういう噂はあったんだ。
He been fucking.
親父は自分一人でこの六軒島の設備すべてを作り上げた。屋敷の中には親父しかわからない仕掛けや
You know, that's extremely likely. Beatrice has insisted a few times in Red that some of the rooms don't have, like, hidden doors or anything, but I bet there's at least one that does. Really? Not the church?
そうね。地図上は小さな島かもしれないけれど、後ろ宮家だけが住むには
They're not just talking about the church there, they're talking about another, like, house.
そして未開の森のどこかに愛人を住まわせるための隠し屋敷を作ったかもしれないと。
I feel this will be an important detail in this episode.
ずいぶんスケールの大きな話ね。
Well, as we know, Kinzo is no stranger to large-scale schemes.
秘密の地下とかがあったりして、そこに 豪華な隠し部屋があり、あの肖像画の魔女が隠れ住んでるんじゃないかって。親父の書斎の凝ったオートロックの仕掛けとかを見てる。
That's true. That's fair.
何しろ莫大な黄金をどこか秘密の場所に秘密の仕掛けで隠したと吹聴する親父殿だ。この屋敷とてまだ我々の知らぬ隠し部屋があったとしても驚く。
お母様は存命中。よくお父様の不在をついて屋敷内をしらみつぶし。
They don't talk about the mother a lot. Kinzo's wife.
ルドルフが言ったことをお母様も疑ってたのよ。
She doesn't have much lore.
秘密の扉や階段があって。
Lore.
その中に金髪の愛人が隠れていると信じていたわ。
It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It was possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room.
六軒島の魔女伝説って私の聞いてた話では子供たちが未開の森に入り込まないようにって言って作った怖がらせるためのおとぎ話だったんだけど。
There's one thing we love here in the Ushiromiya family, it's gaslighting children.
何しろ後ろ宮の屋敷以外に何もない寂しい島だからね。俺やローザがガキの頃はそりゃ雷雨の夜に森から聞こえてくる木々のざわめきに怯えたもんさ。その木々の間から不気味な何かが様子を伺ってるんじゃないかなんてガキだったら誰でも考える自然なものさ。だが俺やローザがそう訴えるのを聞いてガキの妄想だろでは済まさない連中もいたってことなんだろうね。そうだろ姉貴。
私や兄さんはこの島に隠れ住んでいる愛人が人目を忍んで出歩いていたのを偶然あんたたちが目撃したのではないかと考えていたわ。もちろんお母様もね。
古い使用人たちの中にも深夜の屋敷内に肖像画の魔女が徘徊しているというような階段。私はそれを表向き階段として笑い。
It's a little spooky.
内心は秘密の愛人の存在を十分に疑ってい
たよ。となるとこの島に19人目の何者かがいるかもしれないってのは全くバカバカしい話でもない。
She's just been hanging out on this island all these years.
いや、むしろどこかにいるかもしれないわけか。
よくルドルフさんの言う悪魔の証明というやつになったわね。
Yeah, Rudolph's always talking about the fucking devil's proof.
証明可能だけれど19人目が存在しないことは証明不能。私たちはベアトリーチェという名の人物が島のどこかに潜んでいることを前提に議論を進めるべきなの。
危機管理の基本としては正しい。いるわけがないと思うよりはいるかもしれないと用心する方がはるかにマシだろうよ。
そうやな。
Got our hedge our bets. We'll just say she maybe exists. That'll mean if I'm wrong, it's only less wrong.
ローザさん、さっきは笑ってすまんかったな。
別に気にしてないです。
Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown person behind on this island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction.
親父殿はかつて不意に所在を知らせずに姿を消すことがあった。
He is known to do this.
何しろ静寂を好むお人だからな。わざと所在を知らせずどこかの書庫に閉じこもっているなどということは別に不思議なことではなかったよ。 しかし魔女伝説が愛人説にすり替わり、やがてそれはこっそり愛人のもとへ通っているのではないかと囁かれるようになった。
Not surprising.
末期のお袋は疑心暗鬼の塊だったからな。突然大騒ぎして使用人たちに緊急事態だから今すぐ親父を探せなんて騒ぎ始めることがあったっけ。
あったわね。晩年のお母様はそんなことばかりだったから、未だにその怖い雰囲気が拭えないわ。今だから言える。かわいそうな人だったわ。
それで、その大々的な家探しの結果どうだったんや。何か見つかったか。
いいえ、隠し部屋はおろか一度たりともお父様が発見されたことはないわ。そしていつもそれからだいぶ時間が経ってからひょっこりとどこかの書庫で昼寝していたとか、風に誘われて
The wind had summoned him. The wind is pushing me.
でもそれらの場所はいずれも使用人たちが必ず探している場所。お父様がどこに行っていたのかはいつもわからなかった。当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから、一部の使用人たちは蝶にでも化けてバラ庭園を待っていたのだろうなんて嘘吹いていたっけ。
つまりお父さんは誰も知らないどこかへ姿を消すことが頻繁にあったのね。
ああ、どんなに屋敷中を探しても見つからないんだから、親父は屋敷の外へ行っているのだろうという見解になった。だが屋敷の外ったってそれほど大した場
That
所はない。
makes sense. That's just the logical next conclusion. If he's not inside, he must be outside.
広大な森。
Spooky. Spooky forest.
それで森の魔女伝説と融合してできた仮説はこうだった。親父は実は森のどこかに隠し屋敷を作っていて、そこにベアトリーチェという名の愛人
God, I almost misread mansion as missile. Hidden missile.
私も当時は若くてね、親父殿の浮気の現場を抑えてやろうと意気込み、表へ出る親父の後をつけようとしたこともある。もちろん失敗したよ。親父は表へ出るとき異様に人目を嫌い、誰かに見られてないか警戒していた。それこそ異常なくらいにね。だから逆に確信したよ。家人に知られてはならぬ理由で出かけているに違いないとね。
そら愛人のところへ出かけるんや。人目も忍ぶやろな。
After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen.
まあとにかく西洋かぶれのお父様が自分の夢をまるでスケッチブックに描くみたいに実現したのがこの島なのよ。すべてがお父様の思い通りの島。
Sure thing.
愛人を住まわせる隠し屋敷があっても何の不思議もない。
Eva's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking, but everyone shared a common opinion. Kyrie, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular.
そのお父様の愛人の噂はいつ頃から？
この島に引っ越してきた当初からだから、あれこれ30年くらい前だな。何しろ隠し屋敷の工事なんて俺たちが島に来ちまったら無理だろう。人とか機材の出入りがあるもんな。すぐにバレちまうさ。だから可能だとしたら俺たちが引っ越してくる以前、多分 俺たちがまだ小田原に住んでいた頃に、この屋敷の工事と一緒に済ましていたんだろう。
Okay, so they only moved here like 30 years ago. I think the mansion was built longer ago than that, but I guess the family wasn't living on the island until a little more recently. That's what I'm getting anyways. Or was the whole mansion built 30 years ago? I thought it was older than that.
親父殿が言うように、後宮家復興の軍資金となった莫大な黄金が、彼女小田原時代にはもう信仰があったと見るべきだろう。莫大な黄金を貸し付けられるだけの信頼関係だ。
It's a lot of gold.
どれほどの古い縁か想像もつかない。
おそらくお父様が事業で成功する上で何か貴重な助言をしてくれたのでしょう。それに恩を感じ、その人物が黄金を与えてくれたというような言い方をしたと考えるのが自然です。そうと考えれば、その後も信仰があったのは当然でしょう。それはおそらく愛人というただれた関係ではなく、後宮家の
No, see, it can't be a mistress. That's why he hid her on this island for like 30 years.
だが仮にそうでも隠し屋敷を作って住まわせるってのはちょいと行き過ぎた話やろな。恩だけでは計れん感情があったんとちゃうか。
まあ全ては憶測だ。第一、その隠し屋敷は誰も見つけたことがねえ。兄貴はこの島をリゾート開発する。
Oh, that's right. His resort plan. I forgot.
ひょっこり見つかるかもしれねえぜ。案外そこに黄金もあったりするかもな。
He did find a couple gold bars, right? Didn't he?
お前は六軒島を宝島か何かだとでも思っているのかね。
That's a good story.
とぼけないでよ。兄さんがリゾート開発と称して島の全域調査を継承しようとしてたのを知ってるのよ。例のトラブルのごたごたでできなくなっちゃったそうだけどね。
なんだか知らんが誤解だな。島の調査はリゾート化の第一段階として極めて当然のことだ。
Yeah, I know he found the gold bar in the first one, but I'm wondering if that's still the case here. Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. And under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. It didn't come up until, yeah, I know. But, I mean, a lot of details have been consistent throughout each episode. So, I don't know if maybe that's one of them. Either way, Kraus definitely knows more than he's letting on, even if he doesn't have the gold. They couldn't tell where that conviction was, just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, if Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, and was holding down back, that was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too.
森に魔女が住んでるっちゅうのはそのまんまおとぎ話やが、森の中に誰も知らない屋敷があって金髪の姉ちゃんがひっそり隠れ住んどるっちゅうのも十分おとぎ話やな。
It's a little silly.
そうね。シチュエーションだけだったらまるで童話か何かみたいね。ローザ、そういうの好きでしょ。
ローザ。
まあね。
この島に屋敷を建てた頃は親父殿の特に全盛期だ。金に物を言わせてどんな妄想も実現したわ。森の中にひっそり佇む魔女の屋敷。親父の好きそうなシチュエーション
だ。だな。オカルトチックというか、メルヘン。
He does love him some occult stuff.
親父の趣味って気がするぜ。
On this island, on which the Ushiromiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except that what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth.
お父さんがそういう夢を思い描いて隠し屋敷を建てることは不可能じゃないかもしれない。でも現実的な話、その隠し屋敷に愛する女性を不自由なく何十年に
Yeah, that's a long time for her to just sit around.
さあ、愛さえあれば可能なんじゃない？
愛する女性が健やかに過ごせるような設備を、それもお父さんなりのね。それはたとえ規模が小さかったとしても趣向を凝らした快適な邸宅に違いない。
Takes a lot of work to make another mansion, a tinier mansion.
電気、
Yeah, we gotta get wiring, pipes.
あるいは身の回りの世話に人間も必要かもしれない。食事の世話だって大変でしょうね。衣服や化粧品、日用品。
Clothes and makeup are also my daily necessities, I
女の
get
身
it.
の回りは簡単じゃないわ。それだけのものを家人にも使用人にも悟らせずに維持することって可能なのかしら。
そこまで言われると確かに弱いね。
Rudolph, can you speak up?
だがそれでも
Thank you.
親父ならやってのけるかもしれんという気持ちは残る。何しろあの親父だからな。
そうね。あのお父様だものね。
お父様はやり遂げることは何があってもやり遂げます。常人には難しいから無理だろうという理由はお父様に関してだけは
Natsu, he just keeps switching sides depending on what's sucking up to Kinzo the most.
親父殿に関してだけは見くびらん方がいい。親父の狂気は常人の思考では
His motives are complex. I wouldn't put it past her that Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task.
お父さんの黄金伝説は六軒島を取得する前からや。となると、その愛人との縁は30年以上ということになるな。ってことは今いくつなんや。下手をしたらわしらと同じかそれ以上の年齢とちゃうか。体にもボロが出る年頃のはずや。どんな屋敷か知らんが、人目に触れんようなほとんど軟禁に近い生活はそう快適とは言えんやろな。
そうね。お父様が語るベアトリーチェについての話が正しいな。
It's a long time.
その縁は30年
It's a long relationship.
当時は魅惑的な若い女性だったかもしれないけど、今は私たちと同格のタフな食えない女と。
I would never allow myself to become an old bag.
手紙の内容からもそれは容易に想像できるわ。
お前が言うか。
Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Eva was offended, but she didn't strike back.
よせよ兄貴。そして俺たちの想像が本当なら、親父の遺産問題に彼女は胸を張って参加したいはずなんだ。何しろお袋と違い、相思相愛だった可能性が。
I love how confident he is that Kinzo didn't love their mom, which, to be fair, is believable.
愛人の自覚と同時に正妻としての誇りもあるかもしれない。
それはお母様への侮辱に当たりますよ。
ああ、すまん。だが親父とお袋が親戚の長老たち
Oh,
による
political marriage,
政
huh?
略結婚だったことは
That makes more sense.
だからこそ親父に愛人がいてもおかしくないと確信できるわけだがな。
The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and father was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now, the person registered as his true wife was already dead.
となると、財産権どころか家督争いにも食い込む気満々ってことになるで。
なるほど
な。なるほどな。
この手紙の趣旨が少しだけ見えてきたよ。碑文の謎を解く者に家督を。そういう意味か。
Yes, that's pretty well established.
仮にその愛人が後宮家に序列を得ていたとしても、その序列はお父様の血を直接引かない以上、子供につまり序列はローザより一つ下ね。
Rub it in, why don't you?
とても家督争いに加われるようなレベルじゃないわ。
そういうことか。魔女の碑文を解けば序列に関係なく家督が告げる。
That's right, you gotta solve the wit riddle, go to the golden land. Gotta go to the golden land. It'll be fun.
つまり全く可能性のないベアトリーチェにとって最も有利な条件ってわけだ。
The revival of the Ushiromiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service that she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never loved.
ずうつうしいにも程があります。仮に愛人が実在したとしても、当主継承権を争うなど身の程をわきまえぬ暴挙です。なんという身の程知らず。
Natsuhi turned red, her fists quivering. She had also come into the Ushiromiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあ、その暴挙のおかげで私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわけなんだけど。
ねえ。
それにお父様はこの暴挙を黙認されている。後宮家を継ぐのは愛人ベアトリーチェか、それを争わせて確かめたいというのでしょうね。
As Eva giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でも、その条件を向こうが出してきたということは、向こうは十分な勝算があるということじゃないのかしら。
それもそうや。
それもそうや。
第一、ベアトリーチェはあの手紙の文面通りなら、お父さんの
Alchemist, right? That's the word she used.
つまり、黄金の管理者や。その隠し場所を知っていても何の不思議もないやないか。こらひどい話やで。答えを知っている謎々を出してきたもん。
She is. It's funny. She thinks it's fun.
これでシャーシャーと現れて、これが答えや。家督はいただきやで、なんて言われたら。
The music changed.
わしらすべてかっぱらわれちまうわ。
The music changed.
そうね。謎々の出題者は常に正解を知っているものよ。これは私たちから全てを奪うために作られた罠の可能性が高いわ。
高いわ。
そこまで考えると、そもそも彼女が本当に黄金を持っているかどうかは怪しいと思わんかね。なぜ我々にその存在を教える？黙って着服すればよい。
Just keep quiet and embezzle your money, harlot.
おかしな話だ。
That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, and then plan to seal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. Spin the chessboard around.
黄金を実際に持っている可能性は低くないかもしれない。
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ。
待て姉貴。キリエ、続きを話して。
Shut up, my wife is very smart.
どうしてそう思うんだ。
だって私たちは魔女の碑文なんていう謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで。
Watch out, she's making her Ransona smug-faced.
謎々の答えに感服して降参を？
そらまあ、それもそうやな。謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、わしらがあっさり降参して、家督をはいどうぞと渡すかっちゅうたら。
はいどうぞ。
そら甘いは。
当然です。
That's where I would also buy into Kyuhei's Ransona. I think being a MILF with huge tits would help more Ransona's people be successful. You can talk about being red-pilled as much as you want or whatever, as long as I can see them titties bounce.
私たちは家督を素直に譲るわけもない。つまり私たちがこのゲームに対等な条件で挑まなくてはならないという強制力がない限りこのゲームは成立しないのよ。
That's right. She's in it for the game.
負けた時、家督を譲ることに強制力を持たせなきゃこのゲームは成立しない。
その強制力というのはどういう意味だね。
This is a long conversation.
家督を譲るよう脅迫でもしようというのか
ね。なるほどね。
なるほどね。
わかったわ。私たちが喜んで家督を放棄したくなるようにすればいいわけね。なるほど。
なるほど。
ベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っていない。
そうか。わしにもわかったで。
I accidentally held the button and it skipped that part of that line.
どういう意味ですか？取引？
I got too excited imitating Eva. It's too fun.
何を？
後ろ宮家の家督と隠し黄金をよ。ベアトリーチェはきっと10トンの黄金の所在を明かし、それで後ろ宮家の家督を。
So she doesn't care about the gold so much as the headship. That's your theory right now.
バカバカしい。栄光ある後ろ宮家の家督をお金でやり取りしようというのですか？冒涜です。後ろ宮家への冒涜です。
怒らずに聞いて。
Why do you have to be upset?
その栄光ある
It's
後ろ
only
宮家
game.
には今どの程度の財産があるの？私たちはそんなにも裕福なの？
裕福の
Yeah, that bubble's about to
財
pop.
産で決まるのではありません。心の持ちようで決まります。
No, it's not.
私たちの財産状況が一体何の
Silly Natsuhi. Kraus interrupted Natsuhi as she started to go on and on about emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound.
私はともかく、お前たちの状況は芳しくないと聞いている。
あらそう。兄さんの財政状況だって。
We're all in a bad spot. Let's stow the dick measuring for now.
次々担保に入れて新しい博打の掛け金にして、負けを認めないために次々新しい博打に手を出して、内情の話をしたら、この中で兄さんほど火の車の人間は存在しないわ。どれだけ損失を出してんのよ兄さん
A
は。
lot, probably. So much so that he has to resort to embezzlement.
誰の才能がないというのですか？ 急にこと書き、火の車とは。
Natsuhi became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her.
多少の誤解があるように、ビジネスは経過で判断できるものではない。
Yeah, okay.
私のような長期的視野でのビジネスともなる。
Long-term outlook.
時に短い単位期間では一見大きな損失を出しているように。
I'll bounce back.
兄貴、裏は取れてんです。今は見栄を張ってる場合じゃない。つまりキリエはこう言いたいのさ。俺たちは全員が全員金に困ってる。そしてベアトリーチェは10トンの黄
That's a lot of
金を持
gold.
っている。
ベアトリーチェは自分だけがありかを知る10トンの黄金で私たちに家督を売らせるつもりなのよ。10トンの黄金の価値はどのくらい？
It's a lot.
ざっと見積もって20億？いえ、200億ね。
Yeah, you missed the zero there.
これだけを積まれたら私たちは歓喜して彼女を次期当主に認めるわ。
The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds.
冗談じゃないわよ。多少お金を積まれたくらいで。どこの馬の骨とも知れない女に家督を譲るなんて。
アホ抜かせ。もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。
Eva's really stuck on this headship.
そら損得感情が必要やろが、聞くに値する話や。
They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushiromiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance, versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter.
まあ、4等分とはならねえだろうな。次期当主を降りることになる兄貴に取り分が多くなるのはやむを得ねえだろうよ。羨ましい話だぜ。
あなた、金額の問題じゃないでしょ。
It is.
お金で後宮家の栄光を売り払うつもり
I
なん
love
です
how
よ。
Natsuki is the only one who cares about, like, the quote-unquote glory of the Ushiromiya
こ
family.
こで長男の威厳を示さずして何とするの
Nobody
で
else
す。
cares.
夏希、しばらく黙っていなさい。
Shut up, wife.
あなた。
こりゃあクラッとくる話だぜ。俺たちは兄貴から2億半ずつ引っ張ろうと思ってた。
She sure does have a big chip on her shoulder, you're right.
10トンのうちの1割も弾んでくれたなら。
20億ね。
Yeah, Eva only cares if she gets to be the one in charge.
ああ。俺たちは当初の見積もりの10倍も弾まれちまうことになる。
It's a lot of
そん
moolah.
だけあれば俺たちは十分だぜ。
Clamshells.
どうせ後ろ宮なんて名前に未練はねえんだ。喜んで売っ払ってやら。
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかは、なるほど。私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。私たちは
Yeah, it's a different conversation compared to the first episode, but Kraus is just still telling his wife to shut up.
しかし、彼女の目論見がこうならば、私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。ええ、今こそはっきり断言できる。ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は、私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
Crash. If the three younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. Yo head, a moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside, he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room, and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Krause's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Krause's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they would actually still respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokenjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today no one had solved it, so Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. Now, obviously we have outside knowledge, and we know this isn't how Beatrice operates. She respects the rules of the game. We know she's not actually interested in the headship. It's all dramatic irony. However, Kyrie still thought there might be a catch. This was a declaration of victory. Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone to all of this trouble, telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game, where she agreed to hand over all the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Kyrie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. See, we've already learned that one of the things about Beatrice is that the chessboard spinning doesn't really work on her mindset because her goal isn't to make the most optimal moves to win. In the end, she reached a single conclusion.
おごりなのかしら。あるいは遊び？
何の話？
I mean, a little bit.
魔女は
You're almost there.
自分を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送った。
You're almost there. You almost got it.
どうせ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。でも何万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあるはず。何しろここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い、財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら、偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり、魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文は、ベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。確かに、兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど、それを狙うためだけに、わずかとはいえこのようなリスクを？私は不用心だと思う。でもね、ある種の感情を
A certain kind of emotion.
このそれがおごりだというの？ええ、そうよ。
Arrogance.
圧倒的な優位に立つと人はおごるわ。すると敗者に対しその優位性を
That's true. I do this all the time, except I don't
わ
lose.
ざと背負うことがある。適度なリスクは勝利の喜び。
It is a little spicy. Ooh, I'd love a little spice to my victory.
リスクなき勝利ほど退屈なものはない。わかるわ。私もそういうの好きだもん。
I know you do.
よくわかるわ。ベアトリーチェの手紙の
Yeah, no one loves rubbing it in more than ever.
いろいろと解釈してみたけれど、実はこれが真実かもしれない。あの手紙の裏に潜む感情はおごりなのよ。おごり。難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものだと
Her weight around.
私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。案外ひょっとすると碑文はお父さんじゃなく彼女が作ったのかもしれない。
I don't think that's the case, actually. I think Kinzo wrote it. I don't think Beatrice came up with it.
碑文の謎が解けるかですって。
Baby Eva's here. She's very angry.
解いたなら私を当主にしてくれるのね。解いてやる。魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。
Why are her eyes blue and Eva's not?
私一人が解いて、私こそが後ろ宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
その挑戦乗ったわ。私が謎を解いてやる。
I believe in you. I'm sure you can do it. She'll do it for sure. 9 o'clock. That was a long scene. Oh, what? Where are we now? Is the murder about to begin?
なるほどな。魔女じゃなく、ベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。
Sure.
つまり、
Good old battler always 2 steps behind.
ということは、18人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪である。
How did you not consider this possibility before?
これは大きい情報だぜ。
Oh, hi. I forgot about you. I forgot about you for a second. I would love some tea and cookies. Who's available to make me some tea and cookies? Beato's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he had was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I think Battler should just start assuming everybody's secretly making fun of him all the time.
それは美味しく焼けたクッキーなのに、とても人間ごときにはもったいないくらいに素敵に焼き上がった。
それ気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。その辺に置いて、とっとと失せな。
Leave me alone.
さようでございますか。それではそのようにいたしますね。冷めてからお召し上がりになって、焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔なさる。
This guy's got sass.
いちいちうるさいやつだな。まあ、耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ。
You like it, you bitch.
いえいえ、まったく。お嬢様の笑い声は時折、実に品があります。それを聞くたびに、なぜ私ほどの高貴な悪魔が
Hey now, the laugh is great.
あのようなものを主にしなければならないのか、理解に苦しむのでございますよ。
You're the one who got. You can't complain.
変なやつだな。そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございます。それでなくては家具は務まりません。それはさておき、ゲームの方はいかがでございますか。先ほど良い情報を見つけたようなことを言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが、さてさて、
Your shallow wits. Sassy butler. As Renove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby.
おかった。19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願いますか。
ああ、いいぜ。どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。隠す必要もないさ。いいか、この島に隠し屋敷があって、愛人を住まわせていたらしい。
Maybe. You're not even sure. You just overheard people talking about it and it's like, yeah, that must be true.
なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
マトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに、18人の中にも 犯人を求められないダブルスタンダー
Right.
ドの袋
Yes, the double standard.
追い込まれました。
He doesn't want to believe any of his family members were the killer, but that must mean another person exists.
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は18人の誰かを疑うことだ。18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。俺はそいつを生贄にすることで常に魔女を否定し続けることもできるだろう。しかしそれは断固拒否する。
I refuse.
ああ、ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだぜ。
18人はみんな俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち、そして真面目だったり面白かったりする頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。かつて俺は
It did. It wavered a lot. You turned into a footstool.
だからその心の弱さをベアトに疲れたんだ。
自らの弱点を認め理解する。なかなかできることではありません。バトラ様は19人目が存在する説をやりです。
Pointy.
やりというよりは盾でしょうかな。
Round.
いずれにせよ、これまでのゲームでの無策と違い、戦い方に指針を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。
It's better than nothing.
これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに存分に19人目を疑い人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
そういうことさ。最初のゲームのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか他にも19人目が存在していて、
Right.
迷う必要なんかないトリックはいくつもある。
In the very first game, Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり18人の誰にも無理だから。
Right, so he thinks he's found his magic key where you can say, well, there's a 19th person, but she's just the mistress, not the witch.
という図式だけは否定することができるわけさ。
Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter.
とても良い一手だと思いますよ。
I'm sure Beato will shatter it in like 2 seconds.
私だったらどう切り返しましょうか。たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても、18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね。バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも。
ならどう来る？悪魔の執事。
悪魔のSuji.
バトラ様が刺された。
What is his music?
19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが妥当でございましょう。
What are they? Is this like a scrimmage? Is it a practice round?
19人目にお会いしておりませんね。19人目が存在する証拠を
Devil's proof again?
アメーゼ。もちろんその差し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる。
それは。受け手をお願いいたします。
魔女だの悪魔だの。お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ。それがこいつ。
Say it. Say the words.
悪魔の証明さ。
悪魔の証明さ。When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Source, I made it up. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheat moves. And that's what this devil's proof is, because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokenjima, separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof of the witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means, if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beato used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible. This time, it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. Full of people we don't know about yet, huh? In the last game, and that one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but a 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. It's really stupid, but it might just work. Because it's so stupid. She believes all kind of stupid shit. I'm sure you'll be forced into that position again very soon.
なるほど。前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。
A little bit.
良いことですよ。さすがに3度もゲームを重ねると容量が良くなるものです。まずは自陣の守りを固める。実に堅実な処方です。なかなかの妙手と思いますよ。
まあ、19人目の人物を仮定したとしても、マスターキーの本数などのように何人人間を増やしても
There's a lot of master keys. There's only the 5, right? The ones for the each servant?
とりあえずの初手としては悪くないはずだ。
バトラ様の切り札。19人目の人物という大駒。
パパパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパンパン。
悪魔の証明で反撃。良い攻防です。お嬢様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまう。
That's alright. It was just a practice round. It doesn't count.
私も少し面白くなってきてしまったところです。お嬢様に代わり。
Oh boy, what now? I'm sure this won't totally just destroy everything Battler just said.
来いよ。魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと相手に不足はね。
Good night, Pyropoyo. Thanks for watching.
マトラ様の刺された一手、悪魔の証。
Let's learn more about this good old devil's proof.
これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが。
You know, we don't just do the one thing, right?
いくつもの手がございます。ヘンペルのカラスという。
Hempel's Raven? Come on. What is this now?
ヘンペルのカラス？何の話だ？
Oh god, she's here. Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. She has arrived. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. Hempel's Raven is a lot. I'm sure I'll learn all about it momentarily. Ohayo gozaimasu.
わらわのいないところで何やら面白そうなことをしていると思えばヘンペルのカラスか。なんとも笑え
A
る。
knocking, a tapping at my chamber door. Said the Raven, Hempel.
よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな。それは
A classic move to use against the Devil's Proof. Oh boy, you've activated her trap card.
ローノウェイ、それはわらわが指す一手ぞ。わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな。
出やがったな。ゲラゲラ
You guffawing witch. Who says guffaw?
相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。
Who says guffaw anymore?
こいつもお前のこと。笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。
Ooh, he's tattling.
まあ。
それは心外な。本当か？
めっそうもない。心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に。
I would never. Yes, very sincere. These two are funny together.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。お前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
まあよい。話を戻そう。ヘンペルのカラスは実証を待遇的に
The Contrapositive. Oh boy.
つまりこういう手だ。カラスが黒いことを証明するにはどう？
あ？何の話だ？カラスが黒いことを証明。
No comprende.
カラスを捕まえてきて色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
その通り。カラスイコール黒い。
A raven equals black.
ということは黒くない鳥イコールカラスではない。
Birds that aren't black equal not ravens? Okay.
世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、それらが黒くないことを証明すれば、それは結果的に故に黒い鳥はカラスである
Okay, but what about
となるわ
crows?
けだ。これを待遇論法という。そなたには難しいか？
ああ、まったく。
Yes.
何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
At least he's honest.
バトラ様、こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。二つの箱があり、片方
Oh my god, I thought he was gonna say there was a cat in the box. I was so scared for the second.
もちろん、もう片方は外れで空っぽです。
For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. When if A then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true.
そりゃ当然だろう。もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。つまり、箱を適当に選び、当たりを引こうと外れを引こうと、最初の一手でどっちの箱にクッキーが
Okay, I guess that makes
特
sense.
定できるわけだ。
その通り。開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら悪魔の証明を満たす。この箱は当たりイコールこの箱にはクッキーが入っているをまさに実証できるわけだ。しかし開けた箱が空っぽだったなら、
Okay.
この時は逆にヘンペルのカラスを満たす。この箱にクッキーが入っていないイコールこの箱は当たりではない。
Right. Okay. Contrapositive.
そしてそれは箱が2つしかないことを前提としている限り、もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを対偶的に示している。
Because it's not a negative, it's the counterpositive.
なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。毒を制するには毒、へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。それで俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから、18人全員にアリバイがあってもそれは魔女を認めることにはならないを。
Yes, please explain.
よかろう。わらわの手は教えよう。まずそなた、18人の中に犯人はいないイコールならば犯人は19人目としてならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ。つまり
The culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18. Okay.
18人の中に犯人がいる。
But you didn't say it in red, so it could still be a 19th person.
なんだと？それはどういう意味だ？
But I guess that's the whole idea, is that they're only using theoretical arguments, right? They don't have any proof. Because that's the whole point of, like, the arguing in this place, in the void, is that they're only doing theoreticals, not like, here, I'll take you to the hidden mansion where the mistress lives. They're only arguing with theoreticals. That's why you can use stuff like the Devil's Proof and Hempel's Raven.
そなたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラに分かりやすいらしい。
If you explain it with food, if you use a food metaphor, he gets it.
それでは僭越ながら、先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます。
Allow me to repeat my earlier story about 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that, therefore, the cookie is in the 19th-person box. Then let us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th-person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Battler-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. Okay. Since it's like, you can't prove which box the cookie is in currently, right? Because the boxes are closed. You can't look inside them. So the cookie could be either. There is no definitive answer. Sure. Maybe I think that's, I don't know. But it's just a counter to what Battler is saying. Well, I say a 19th person exists and that they're human, and you can't prove that's not the case. And she says, well, I say that one of the killers is one of the 18 people, and you can't prove that is not the case. It's complicated.
そなたは自動的に18人の箱の中にクッキーがあることを認めなければならないということになる。そなたはそれを逆の言い方で
Right, yes. All she's doing is reversing what he said, because they're arguing with theoreticals. If you get too deep into theoreticals, you can just turn it around on each other forever.
その通りよ。
その通りよ。
そなたの19人目で全てを説明する一手は 破られた時、18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている。
Magic is all about risk. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique? Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. Bombs? And there just aren't 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I don't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof, and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, they'll automatically mean that the bomb is in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'd be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I can probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expand an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all of 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. You fucked yourself. You played yourself, Battler. This is like the second time he's played himself.
事実上不可能であるケースが少なくない。しかし、ヘンペルのカラスはその問題を逆手に取り、容易に実証することを可能とする。
ヘンペルのカラスを使えば、さまざまな暴論が実証可能なんです。例えば、私以外の人間イコール
All humans except me equals foolish.
これを証明するには本来、私を除く全人類を調べ、愚かであることを証明しなければなりません。しかし、何十億人も調べるなど、
True.
実には不可能でしょう。バトラ様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
しかしヘンペルのカラスならば、その命題は待遇的にこう変換される。つまり、私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならば、チェス盤をひっくり返し、
Not foolish equals me.
イコール私として証明しても良いということだ。つまりどういうことだと思う
？All you have to do is prove that you're not foolish.
わらわが聡明であると
Yeah.
いう事実を知るだけで、全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわ
The
けだ。
devil's proof puts a greater burden on the person using it than Hempel's Raven.
全人類がわらわよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる。世界最強最速の QED
QED
ヘンペルのカラス。
なんつう暴論だよ。
これはとても便利な一手ですよ。悪魔どころか神が
Gods also use it? Is that how they use to prove that they... Yeah, exactly.
神のしもべを命題とするとき、 待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。つまり神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためには
Organized religion uses this one all the time.
人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。そして彼らは自らの神を信じない人々を不幸に突き落とすことで自らの
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。つまりヘンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
悪魔だ。悪魔の理論だ。
It sure is.
めちゃくちゃだ。
Battler owned once again.
そろそろ話を戻そうぜ。わらわの反撃の一手は以上だ。そなため19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しない。ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞとの確認だ。
Alright, she's gonna say something in red then, right? For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people? Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up at this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I dislike your magic words. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then, forcefully, gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ。この程度で長考するつもりか？
You gotta think harder, Battler.
いや待て、確認するぞ。確かに俺は分かりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが、悪魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら、それは10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。不特定多数という。
There could be a million people on this island somehow.
お前が想定する人数より常に1人多い。わかるか？
They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic.
なるほど。わらわが19人目のアリバイを何らかの方法で証
You
明
could
す
just,
る。
yeah, just say, well, there's a 20th person. Or a
その瞬
21st.
間にそなたは20人目を生み出し
I
犯人だと
understand.
主張。
Naruhodo.
これを無限に繰り
I
返すことで
understand, I understand.
わらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか。なるほどなるほど。さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。
Oh, like Piccolo.
さすがは金蔵の孫よ。召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
つまり18人以外の存在 X は、
Mm-hmm.
常にアリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。どうだベアト。ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば俺も負けねえぞ。
Now that I know I can just make up any stupid shit. I can't lose. You're definitely not better at making stupid shit up than me.
愚かしいぞ。
愚かしいぞ。
わらわこそは無限の魔女。そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは肩払いたいわ。無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。わらわが19人目を切れば そなたは20人目を呼び、20人目を切れば
That's a lot of folding. A lot of people are getting folded.
21人目を切れば22人目を切れば23人目を呼び34人目を
That's a big number.
6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼びわらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも無限交代とは笑わせる。わらわに無限は通じぬわ。
ほう。ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
あ。
わらわには
Oh yeah, she does. She can do that.
力があろうが。
Did we forget?
来やがったな。
わらわが赤で語るとき、そこには一切の幻想がない。わらわがこの島には100人しかいないと一言赤で語れば、そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことは叶わぬのだ。
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't anticipate this, Battler.
ほら、バト
ル。Battler.
今度はどんな真実を赤で語って
Probably that there's no more than 19 people.
どんな拠り所を叩き切って、そなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか。そら、いつもの怯えた顔を見せてみるがいい。なに
？That stupid laugh.
そなた、笑うか。
I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな。で、それで今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ？
それはどういう意味だ？
ほう。
急に余裕を見せよって。
悪いが、その真っ赤な宝刀は。
Oh, he anticipated this, did he? I didn't think he did. I thought he was just gonna get owned again.
さて、お前は今度は何を赤で宣言してくれるんだ？言っとくが、そいつは自爆だぜ。その時点で、お前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然。
That's true. She can't deny her being a 19th person who is also a witch.
棟梁だ。確かに俺にとっても。
That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing.
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ。たとえ誰が犯人であっても、俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。だが、人間が犯人だとお前
Which
が
would be
赤で
way
語ることは
cooler.
お前の棟梁宣言にも等しい。お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんなら、それも面白いってだろうぜ。だが、この勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitively the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then, she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost like, literally like a battle with real swords. You mean like the energy swords that you keep showing me? This is a high-level intellectual battle. If you say so, Battler. If you fucking say so, man. High levels. We're at the highest levels of just making shit up. No, not an intellectual battle. Oh, okay. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic.
さあ、今度はお前の手番だぜ。
My plan.
そうさ。お前のヘンペルのカラスを使うには、まず18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤でその上で、それらの人間についてさらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば、なるほど。こいつは俺にとって致命傷になるだろうぜ。
あれほど怯えていた赤を、もはやみじんも
It was pretty scary. I was scared.
たくましいや
つ。抜いてみろよ。殿下の宝刀。バッサリ決まって、今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
面白い。こうでなくてはな。
Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope. It's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my only victory condition is the denial of witches, then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. You like it. No problem. Someone said it once was in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourishes that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so that you'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, that's right. The red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. Because it's the truth, and when you know what the truth is, then you can, like, use it against her. Because it's hard facts, we're no longer speaking in theoreticals.
どうしたよ。まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか。さもないと。
That's the whole reason Beato started like doing stuff like, no, I'm just not gonna say anything.
破れかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。やはり金蔵の孫か。追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに不敵。
Renove cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね。せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいますよ。お嬢様。
Renove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd manage to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost a confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Watch out, he's getting more experienced and skilled at your at this thing you're doing. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now?
面白くなってきたぜ。
バトラー。
The OG, yeah, I gotta use the OG art. It's soulful. It's the soul.
なら、ズバッと気持ちよく、いつものやつで行こうじゃねえか。
ほ
う。いつものやつとな。ならば頼もうではないか。あれを聞かぬと、やはり始まった気がせぬわ。
The first move was mine.
行くぜ、ベアト。副賞要求。
Say it in red, you bitch.
こいつを赤で言われちまったら、俺は18人の誰かを疑わざる。
I love this song.
19人目の
Sounds like a Final Fantasy battle theme.
八方塞がりさ。だが、俺は18人の中に犯人が絶対にいないと信じてる。あんな残酷な殺人を18人の誰にも起こせるものか。繰り返すぞ。副賞要求。この島には18人しかいない。
She can't. Because if she says there's only 18 people, that's the end of her.
拒否する。理由は明かさない。
Phew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike, even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice.
そうさ。お前は魔女なんかじゃない。この島に何十年も隠れ住んできた。ただの人間なんだ。
Say something else in red already.
1000年を経た無限の魔女のわらわをただの人間呼ばわりしたか。
Giggle, giggle, giggle. For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Yeah, I know, this is dangerous for Battler in my opinion, because, like, what happens if there's just no secret mansion? I mean, I don't doubt there's probably some hidden thing on this island. Kinzo's a fucking nut. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage. Depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my Devil's Proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game. I can say there's as many fucking people on this island as I want.
18人の誰にも不可能だった。
They're possible for 20 or 200.
すべて18人以外の人間 X で説明可能になる。全員アリバイ系の密室をすべて打ち破れる大駒だ。
Everything's possible when you can just make people up. Literally making up guys. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gasp. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasure sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beato was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because in the first place, a wish is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist, like a mirage, by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it. Because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. Yeah, you know, she's gotta lube it up before she sticks it in him. Repeat it. At the end of Beata's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beata refused to speak in red, even though it could cost her victory in the opening part of the game. Literally making up guys, yes. Source, I made it up.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
あえて使わぬ赤もまた赤らしい使い方に。そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだ。愉快な例え。わらわも使おう。宝刀は抜かぬうちが花。むしろ抜かぬことによって醸せる威風というものも。
そうだな。俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか。
That's true. The last in the second game, Battler just like said some stuff, and then she was just like no, and she said it in red, and then it mind broke him. She's just like me. I love kicking off cliffs as only when people are as high as they can get. All right. I guess a win's a win. We take those, right? That's what Battler says. I take those. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. The tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted by the sound of Renove's applause.
お見事です、バトラ様。まずは序盤はバトラ様有利の展開で
Good job using your brain a little bit.
さあな。この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか、取るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな。どうせお前のことだ。俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて、白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ。
まさか。
me? No. I would never.
序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手腕を
Insincerity is not part of my demon nature.
何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。たまにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
お前んとこの執事。
I love how they're just like whispering back and forth to each other.
であろう？たまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
それはそれは。
I can't wait to see what this guy looks like in the manga.
さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラ様、紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな？まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子は、どうかこの私めにお任せを。どうぞお気兼ねなくゲームをおすすめになってください。
そうさせてもらう。
He does like making him some cookies.
先を進めるぜ。これからが本番だ。
よかろう。時計を進めようではないか。ロノウェ、紅茶を頼む。
かしこまりました。クッキーは？
いらぬ。
Nobody wants his cookies. That's a shame. I would be eating this guy's cookies.
しばし沈黙せよ。
While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time, she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。わらわがどうして初手にて赤
Okay, tell me.
何？上等じゃねえかよ。お手並み拝見と行くぜ。
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。拙速かもしれぬが動かせてもらう。
Oh? What is she doing now?
赤は使わぬ。
Rosa?
それをわらわに代わ
What?
りローザが説明する。聞くがよい。もちろん私も同意よ。ローザもそうでしょ？ローザ？
What's going on with Rose? What?
私も同じよ。同意するわ。
どうしたんや、ローザさん。あんたさっきからずいぶんおとなしいな。体調でも悪いんとちゃうか？
From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time, she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
あんたさっきからぼんやりしてるわよ。そんなので遺産が守れると思ってるの？あんたも一児の母なんだから、もっとしっかりなさいよ。
ごめんなさい。
朝がだいぶ早かったんじゃないかね。体調が悪いなら無理をしない方がいいだろう。
Thank you for being backhanded as usual, Kraus.
客室にベッドの用意がありますよ。お休みになってはいかがですか？ご案内しますよ。
いえ、大丈夫です。ありがとう。
どうしたんだ？何か心配事でもあるのか？
いえ、別に。
そう？さっきからずっと心ここにあらずという感じよ。
Come on, spit it out.
そしてそれは今私たちがしている議題と何か関係があるんじゃないかしら。
At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kyrie's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either. She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is going on now? Oh my god.
わしら全員で団結しようって誓い合ったばかりやないか。一人で悩むなんて水臭い話やで。話したってな。
ローザ、話しなさい。
The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
いえ、ベアトリーチェっていうお父様の愛人って本当に生きてるのかしら。
Okay, there we go.
はあ
Like, what if she's just super old and died?
生きてるに決まってるでしょう。こうして手紙を送ってくるぐらいだもの。
元気かどうかは別の問題だろうけどな。肖像画の美女も今じゃきっといいお年だろうぜ。
元気やと思うで。金のことで悪知恵働くやつは決まっていくつになっても。
Now that's not true. Look at Kinzo.
案外悪巧みは最高の回春剤かもしらへんで。
生きてるはずないの。
え、今なんて？
ベアトリーチェは死んでるのよ。
Oh, why is this? Oh?
私が殺した。
What? Pardon me? Excuse me? Can you elaborate?
どういうことよ、ローザ。
でも私が殺したわけじゃ。
What are you fucking talking about?
でも私があんなところに連れてしたから。
What?
やっぱり私が殺したのよ。あれは夢だと思い込もうとしたのよ。でもやっぱりあれは夢じゃなかったのよ。だからこれはベアトリチェの俺からの手紙なのよ。
Oh my god. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて、ローザさん。
わしには何がない。
Me neither, buddy.
もう死んどる？どういう意味なんや。
二つの意味があると思うわ。まず一つ目は言葉通りの意味、そしてもう一つは私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏付けるも
ということは、ローザはベアトリーチェに会ったことがあるというのか。
そんな話、ローザの口からは一度も聞いたことがないわ。
What is she talking
ロー
about?
ザ、いつよ。
Spit it out already. I need to know.
昔よ。ずっと昔よ。まだこの島に引っ越してきたばかりで、私は幼かった。私は悪くないの。私が殺したわけじゃ。
Okay, so like 30 years ago?
落ち着け。誰もお前を責めちゃいねえぜ。まず水でも飲め。夏日さん、水差しを頼む。
はい。どうぞ、ローザさん。どうか落ち着いて。
Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Jesus. Well, you know what? You know what that feels like, minions? It's getting pretty late. You know what this feels like to me? A good cliffhanger. A good cliffhanger to start off on next time, because it's already so late. As soon as it's done fading through all these JPEGs. Because I can't. There we go. So I think that's a good place to stop for tonight because it's been almost 5 hours. It's been a little bit on the long side, and it's getting late for me. I need my beauty rest, minions. You know this. So we'll continue more Umineko episode 3 next week. We're gonna stop here on this cliffhanger about what the fuck did Rosa mean by this, and then tomorrow is Final Fantasy XIV. We're gonna be playing the 6.2 patch, so please look forward to that. It'll be fun. I hope you all enjoyed this stream. I'm pretty invested in wherever the fuck this story is going. So please look forward to more in the future. I'm glad people seem to be enjoying this. I guess we'll raid KZ. We'll send you guys. I'll send you 7 fellows over to KZ because he's still playing Shadow the Hedgehog. So we'll go from this to Ow the Edge. Look forward to 14 tomorrow. We're gonna be playing the new patch content and some new raids. So if any of you are 14 players, I'll open it up for the minions to jump in and assist me. I'll heal you, don't worry. Good night, everybody. I hope you enjoyed, and look out tomorrow.